stream. I hope everybody's doing okay in this Saturday morning. If you're hearing a slight noise over here, that's because there's still laundry to be done and it's still drying up. But if it's bothering some of y'all, I can absolutely stop it right now. But yeah, like speaking of that second song, I've been on a little bit of a Blink 182 kick, just a little bit. Um, Not enough to buy another Blink 182 album, although one of those reasons is because I'm not buying an album for the first part of this year, like for half of the year. You don't hear Laundry? Okay, that's fair. Thank you for telling me this, but I'm gonna give you a shout out. Hi, Baritone. Happy Saturday. Hopefully you're doing okay. Um, yeah, hopefully you're doing okay. What was it? I don't know if it was you or Maria who suggested Jacob Geller. I don't know which one of you suggest. I think it was you who. I think it was you who suggested Jacob Geller, and I actually did watch two videos. The Soul of a Library, and violence school shootings. The violence and school shootings video. And right now, okay, you did? Okay. So I ended up watching two of those videos. Again, the Soul of a Library, because I do love going to the library. In fact, I went to the library yesterday to drop off a few books and get a couple of more books. Um, because like I did like Designing for Violence. Yep, I watched. That was the second one I watched, and on standby I have Fear of Depths. I have the video for Fear of Depths. So after the stream, I am going to watch that video because yesterday after the video that Maria showed me, which was about like the 10 ego trips or egocentric movies, I ended up needing to go to bed because I was extremely tired. So I went to bed yesterday. Then I actually ended up waking up at around the afternoon because my partner would not stop bouncing up and down on my bed. And yeah, that was pretty much it. The problem with being nocturnal in a small town, it's hard to get to libraries when they're open. Yeah, that is a bit of an issue. Like, um, or for some people, for me, I don't have a problem with that. Like sometimes, actually, a fair share of times, I would actually go to the library in the morning. Heads up, fear of death is not good if you're claustrophobic. I'm okay. I'm not that. I am not claustrophobic. Claustrophobic, but I will watch it anyways. Um, Mainly due to like, hey, it's a fear of death. I want to see how this goes or where it goes. So, so here's what happened. So I ended up going to the library yesterday, due to the fact that I had things to um, return. And so one of the things that I ended up like borrowing is like opens at 10. That seems like a reasonable time for a library to be open, and I fall asleep at noon. That's totally fair. Um, like at my old hometown before I moved here, like this is like 2010 to around 2014. I would go to the library pretty much every day, or at least Mondays and Wednesdays. I would go to the library that was near my house with my laptop. So I would wake up, then go to the library, leave the house at 9:40, then be at the library at around 10. I just make it to the library with my laptop. Then I would go in the back room and yeah, I would just be on my laptop with Tim Hortons hot chocolate on my way there. So I'd be drinking hot chocolate while I'd be on my laptop watching videos, putting videos on my laptop because this was around the period of time where I didn't have internet at my house, and that didn't happen until like 2015 or so. So I had to go to the library. Um, so I would go to the library from 10 a.m. to around noon or 11:30, and then I would just go back home. Um, but once I started getting we started getting internet at our house, I didn't really go as much. Specifically, I didn't really go for a while. I didn't go, and then eventually the library closed near my house, um, which I was sad, but I kind of saw coming because um, one of my neighbors, their daughter, actually told me that that library was temporary, and I'm like, but the library that library has only been around for 4 years. It can't be temporary. And then a year or two later, it just closed down, and I was sad. And I actually went on my Facebook with a picture of the library that was closed with the sign "Libraries closed," and I was like, libraries can't be friends, can it? And then a tear emoji. Um, but yeah, I will always have other libraries, but that one was special for me because I spent a lot of time at the library um, when I had really not much else. Like, I would especially go on Wednesdays, and then I would go on Wednesdays because a new Nostalgia Critic episode was coming out. And I know, like, it's usually on a Tuesday, but I wasn't at the library on Tuesdays, so it was like the first thing that I would watch on my laptop at the library would be a Nostalgia Critic episode. And then I would download that Nostalgia Critic episode so I can watch it offline whenever I can. Um, but, like, going to the library at 10 a.m. was just such a really damn good time for me. Sometimes on my days off at my old hometown, I would actually get up really early, leave the house at around 9:30, and go to take a bus to go to another library. Sometimes I would actually be there before the library actually opens. Um, it was a downtown library that I hadn't been going to since I was a kid, and I was like, "Oh, it's still there." And I'm like going in there, and I'm like, "Oh, this library is smaller than I thought. That's totally fair." But it's the library I ended up going to most. And then we actually did used to have a library that I used to go to as a child, and it was right across a mall. Like, it was near my old house, which was an apartment. So it wasn't even that far of a walk if I still lived in that apartment with my partner. Like, if my partner and I still lived in the hometown and the apartment was right there, we lived in that same apartment, it would be it would take me 5 minutes to get to that library, and then another few minutes to go to the mall because, like, it's literally across the street. Some of my favorite moments, especially on Mondays, or yeah, on Mondays and Sundays. So Sundays, the library, the city library, would not be open until 1 p.m. And so the library doubled as a civic center. So I could actually go in the library whenever I wanted. Not the library, but the civic center with my laptop. So I would actually be sitting on a bench near the entrance, or I would actually go down a staircase below, and there would be it would be level 0, and I would actually be sitting on a bench. That was pretty much like the only bench there, and I would plug in my laptop and I would watch things, especially on Sunday mornings, just from 9 a.m. to around 11 or so, and I would pack up my laptop because there was I would go to the mall, and there was restaurant I like going to, and it was like a Chinese restaurant. Crumbs. I actually forgot what it was called. I forgot what it was called. I haven't had it um, since I had it one more time in 2021 or 2020 ish. Like around 2019. I would actually have like Chinese food there. So I would actually have like rice and little bits of chicken and chicken balls. Um, and yeah, like I would actually go there and get my food for later, and then I put it in my bag, and then I would go straight to work afterwards. But I wouldn't eat that food until I got home. And then sometime, thankfully, like the people there actually tied my food, which was actually in a styrofoam container, um, in a shopping bag or a plastic bag. So sometimes I would come home and it would start leaking, but it wouldn't leak through the shopping bag, so I'd be okay. Um, it did smell a little sometimes, but yeah, eventually I just got into it. Um, but yeah, like speaking of that restaurant, Tiki Ming, the restaurant was called Tiki Ming. And the only reason I actually went to that restaurant was because, like, again, it was in the mall. It was in the food court. There are two food courts. One that had the usual that was like near a CD store, and the other that was like out of the pretty much like the other, not the other end, but like a half a block or a block or so away from the other food center. So it was the one that had McDonald's. And I remember one time I actually was that like after work, since I used to work on Saturday mornings, I would actually like one day it would be Saturday mornings, and I would say, "Hey, I want to go to McDonald's." And then I see McDonald's, and there's a long lineup. Like there is a long ass lineup, and I'm like, I don't want to be here that long. I want to go home and like eat some stuff. And so I actually looked around at the next best thing to my left. Like McDonald's was right there with the long lineup, and to my left is Tiki Ming, and nobody's really there. So I'm like, okay, I'll just go here. And then I ended up going there to the point to where, like, I went to that restaurant to get food on Sundays, Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and wait. Okay, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. No, wait. Wednesday and Fridays. I would go 4 days a week. It got to the point to where um, the people who were there at the restaurant knew who I was. Um, going to that restaurant 4 days a week, they would have to know who you are. Um, like they would absolutely have to know who you are at that point. At one point, that I was actually there, and they already had the food for me. Like they already knew I was coming. So that actually went on for about a year and a half. So I gained a kind of a bit of weight afterwards. Like I would eat, like I would actually go home, eat the Chinese food, and eat the dinner that my mom cooked me. So I actually ate two dinners at the same time, like around the same time. It wasn't really all that healthy. And then one day I just kind of had to stop. One day I had so my mom is Muslim, and so we all celebrate, or not celebrate completely, but we all go to we all have something called Ramadan, where we can't. It's a month in the Muslim year where you can't eat from sunrise to sunset. You can't eat or drink, or like you can't digest anything until from sunrise to sunset. And so I couldn't actually buy anything so I wouldn't be tempted. So no tiki ming for a long while, for like a month. And then that was the point where I kind of began to stop going. Like for, I only went like 2 times and I barely go. And then one day I went to the mall and it was gone. Like Tiki Ming was just gone. Like it wasn't there. Like the sign was there, but it was clear that the restaurant closed down. Um, it was it was kind of difficult for me for a while because I didn't get closure. It was a restaurant that I went to for like 2 years and I never got closure for it. It wasn't until like 2016, no wait, 2019 when me and my partner went to the city on a date and I saw a Tiki Ming restaurant along the way and I'm like, let's go here. So I ended up just eating, me and my partner just ended up eating there and yeah, I finally got closure on that. Kitten Tiramisu, how are you? Welcome on in. Let me give you a shout out. Um, if you're not following Kitten Tiramisu, please go give them a follow. They are amazing people. Um, they recently have been playing Sam and Max Hit the Road. Um, I don't know when they're gonna stream again, but it's nice seeing their streams and hearing them. So please go give Tiramisu a follow. And hi, Deathly Darling, how are you? Um, hopefully you and DJ are okay. Chinese food rocks. I made some General Chow chicken and chow mains yesterday. That's awesome. Hopefully it tasted good. Um, yeah, dang indeed. Like, listen, it has been a while since I had Tiking Ming because we have another restaurant here that is better, like a Chinese restaurant. Um, Also, there's an African restaurant that has the type of rice that I absolutely love. Um, I'm glad it absolutely did, Baritone. Um, but like, oh my god, I just like like uh the Chinese restaurant actually just takes me back to like the early 2010s. Just like uh during work, it's the library and Tiki Ming. Like I have those types of memories. Um, this is before I started getting tattoos. So I was just kind of straight laced, but I overdid it on the eating, which I'm trying to cut back on, honestly. Like, honestly, and like back in like 2014 to 15, I overdid it on like eating a lot of junk. A lot of junk food. Like, again, I would eat essentially 2 dinners in one sitting when I got home from work. Like it was overwhelming. I wasn't really taking good care of myself. And like I remember one day, I think it was like New Year's Eve, I actually just sat down, like buckled down and I'm like, "Okay, no junk food at all for like a year." Because again, I was not taking great care of myself. Like I remember one Thursday, um, like after I was at the library near my house, I would actually like, DJ, how are you? Welcome on in. I'm gotta give you a shout out. I'm pretty sure that Deathly called, but if you're not following DJ Alpha Omega, please go give them a follow. Um, they are absolutely good people. Um, they have done a couple of streams that I haven't seen their streams since Christmas. Um, like they streamed around Christmas time, and I was absolutely glad to see both DJ and Deathly Darling um, in IRL, bringing everybody in and welcoming the everybody else to a Christmas, 2 straight Christmas streams. Um, you know what, Baritone? That's totally fine. Simpsons has ruined a lot of our brains. Like, a lot. You know? You didn't have 2 spaghetti meals, did you? I don't like have the idea of having Kiara having 2 spaghetti meals in one day. I mean, I kinda had. like last year I kind of like made myself spaghetti, and I ended up going back for seconds. So it wasn't completely a meal, but it was always like there. I'm glad that you're here. Um, so I wasn't taking good care of myself in like the mid 2010s. So I was just gonna say. So Thursdays and Fridays used to be my day off. At the uh, first job I worked at. And so Thursdays, I would, like one Thursday, I would go to the library, which was also part of an outdoor plaza, which also had a couple of restaurants and a supermarket called Fortino's. And so I was done with the library and I had my bag on. Um, so laptop goes in my bag, and then I would go to a McDonald's right there. That was like a kind of across the street, and I would order a big burger, like a third pounder. I forgot what it's called. Two large fries and like a large Coke, and then I would go across the street from that McDonald's to a supermarket where I would actually buy like a crap ton of cookies, like a pack full of cookies that were like this wide. And then I would go home and I would sit down in front of my laptop and just eat all the McDonald's. And then I would actually have a couple of cookies, like half of like the cookies, and drink a lot of the soft drink, like Coca Cola. Like I was like guzzling down, and I just did not care at that point. But then eventually I was like, I kind of have to stop. So yeah, I kind of like stop. I kind of like stopped having McDonald's for like long periods of time. At that point, it was like a year. So yeah, yeah, they can't see you.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're referencing the Simpsons baritone. Like I know I can, and I know you're referencing the Simpsons. Um, what was it called? I know you're referencing the Simpsons. Um, yeah, I absolutely know you are. Um, like lately, I've been watching a YouTube channel called Dark Simpsons. I don't know if you heard of that. It's pretty much like a YouTube poop version of The Simpsons. It is a YouTube poop channel that's just all Simpsons, and it's Simpsons videos taking a dark turn. All right, just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I know. Like my partner and I usually like quote The Simpsons, kind of, sort of. Um, Specifically the first 8 seasons. Oh, you've seen Dark Simpsons. It is quite a trip. It's absolutely a trip. Holy hell. Um, yeah, it's an absolute trip. Like, um, yeah. Like I wasn't really like I don't know how I stumbled onto that YouTube channel though. It just sort of happened. What was it called? Like, how do I put this? Like, I've seen videos like that and I'm totally okay with it. Um, like,
Oh, come on, Bo.
like
Buddy.
I was kind of okay with it. Like, um, I kind of grew up with YouTube poop videos and seeing Dark Simpsons, you know? Like seeing those types of videos still actually having an audience and it still making me laugh is great. Like I in high school I started watching YouTube poop videos and I still watch those types of videos because what's it called? Because they're still creative and they're still funny. Hell, like I'd rather watch newer YouTube poops than older ones because like the older ones don't make me laugh, and the newer ones are just so creative and so off the wall that I just kind of am all over the place, and it just makes me laugh that much more. Like, I wouldn't trade though. Like, I keep saying like I'm a valley girl. Like, I thought I was over saying like saying the word like a comma. But I hopefully everybody has done is okay after, or I hope everybody's okay after yesterday. Like, I know the streams can go very long. 3 hours and 10 minutes is a bit much, even though like I could go longer. I could go absolutely longer, but that would mean I actually would have to get up, like go to sleep early, and it's 5 a.m. right now. But there's a good chance that if I went to sleep for a while, I would get up at around 1 a.m. and stream at 2 a.m. because there is a couple of movies that I want to see. Um, like again, I'm still on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Like I think, like if correct me if I'm wrong. Let me see something. Let me see. Um, let me see if like I'm not mistaken. Um, I am 11 episodes into season 1. So that's I have season 1 has 26 episodes. Uh 26 episodes of season 1, so we are 2 episodes away from being officially halfway. Um like there is a lot of shows that I really need to watch. But what I said before, I'm not buying. I said this. I was gonna talk about this before Baritone came in. I am not like as part of my New Year's resolutions. I am not going to get any new albums for the first half of 2026. Like like I'm not buying any albums for until like July 1st. And meantime, I'm just gonna like listen to albums that I barely listen to. Like I've just been listening to Smashing Pumpkins' Siamese Dream. Like because I barely listen to Smashing Pumpkins. Like again, I have Siamese Dream, Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness, and Adore. But I want to listen to Siamese Dream because I barely listen to it. Um, I listened to the full album twice yesterday. It would have been a third time, but I ended up watching Star Trek: The Next Generation. Um, yeah, I ended up watching Star Trek: The Next Generation with him. Do hit clips count as albums? You mean the those compilation albums that were popular from the 90s to like the mid 2000s? Because if so, yes, it's essentially it's those hit clip albums or like hit albums or so. Those are essentially like mixtapes because that's one way to get music. I mean, yeah. Oh, nope. Then hit clips. Let me see. Hit clips. Oh, those ones. Oh, those ones. Those little ones. Oh, like. No, those absolutely count as album. 45-second. Okay. They were probably good for the time. But considering that I grew up with YouTube and MP3s and iPods and such, those electronics. I know you're not being serious, but there are some people who are like, yeah, but those were good. Those were actually good. Like, I, I don't. I'd rather listen to the entire song. I don't want 45-second clips of a song. I want the entire thing. Like, I want the entire thing. Like, the only way I could listen to a song for like 45 seconds is because of a podcast I listened to called Ongoing History of New Music with Alan Cross. where because of copyright issues he can't play the entire song, so he'll like so the host will actually talk about the music and then he'll play like 10 to 15 seconds of a song and then it will fade out and then he will keep talking. They suck now and they suck then and they suck now. Um let's because if that's the case then I don't know why they did it. Like I when did those get released anyways? Um Mono 30 million units have been sold. It first launched in August 2000 with 60-second microchip songs. Okay, so this was before pirating and all that. But uh like 2000 2001, Hilary Duff was became the spokesperson for hit clips, and then Raven Simone when the format was changed into a 2-minute mini circular cartridge. Okay, at that point, just get a CD. Just get a portable CD player. Like, if you actually have to go, like, from 30 seconds to 2 minutes, just get a portable CD player. You might as well. Or just, like, yeah, I think in the 2000s, portable CDs were a thing. I think so. I'm not sure, but still, if it goes from 45 seconds to 2 minutes, just get the CD. Just get the single. Or better yet, just like, I don't know, like request the music video on TV. I think, did people do that back then? Because I don't remember. I barely remember the early 2000s. I remember bits and pieces, but I don't really remember the early 2000s. I actually remember more about the 2010s more. And Walkman. You know what? Get a Walkman. Get a portable CD player or a Walkman at that point. Like I know cassettes were not really all that popular compared to CDs back then, but still, get like cassette or CD. Like either or. Like yeah, they were more expensive, but still, TRL. I wasn't allowed to watch MTV, but yeah. We didn't have. Here's the thing. We didn't have MTV until 2009. Like we had much music, we had much more music, but we did not have MTV. And once we started getting MTV, once we started having MTV, it wasn't the MTV that a lot of people knew MTV for, like music videos and all that. Um, and to an extent, I grew up with much music where they would actually play music videos up until reality TV show came about. But yeah, when it was announced that MTV was gonna stop playing much music videos, like I think a week ago or earlier this week, I'm like, wait, they were still airing music videos. MTV was still airing. I thought they stopped literally when YouTube became hit. Like when YouTube hit and they started putting like music videos on there, not like whether or not it was like download like regular people uploading music videos or like professional channels putting up their music videos. I thought MTV stopped doing like music videos in like the mid 2000s or at least the late 2000s. So I was genuinely surprised when they're like MTV's not gonna like show any music videos. I'm like, it took you that long, considering that the schedule for MTV was mostly ridiculousness. Like, if you look at the schedule for MTV for a while, it would be nothing but ridiculousness, which was fair, which was absolutely fair, but still, because it just got cheaper and cheaper to the point to where like you may as well just show a 24-hour marathon of like ridiculousness, like exactly the way like certain channels will show a Christmas story all day during Christmas, like 20 to 22 hours worth of ridiculousness on one channel. That has got to be exhausting. Then again, that show is one of those shows that you ridiculousness is the kind of show that you wouldn't actually watch. You would put on the background and you would actually like occasionally look at the TV and go, "Huh, that's funny." And then you would actually do something else. Or it's a kind of show that you would have at like you would watch at the dentist if they allowed it, but you would be barely paying attention, or you'd just be watching it absentmindedly while you were waiting for your appointment. Like, I mean, unless you're a kid and you just want to watch it, then that's one thing, but Jesus. And here's the thing, in terms of TRL, we didn't have. Here's the thing, we had our own TRL. We had something called Much on Demand. Like, that was. Let me show you. Hold on. Much on Demand. Like, we have our own Canadian version. Like, yeah, we have a Canadian version of TRL, but it was called Much on Demand.
Here. They're holding me up,
Here.
Britton and Colette, because I couldn't walk after she knocked me on my butt.
I think one of them has a crush on Rick.
We're gonna get to the bottom of that.
We're gonna find out what the story is.
You're funny. Let's get to today's poll. www.muchmusic.com. I'm gonna be at muchmusic.com on the way live on release. Come on back and join us. Much on Demand.
Oh, I even put in the commercials.
You two just mentioned that you'd be interested in freestyling for us right now.
Yeah, I can do that.
All right. You just here to give him some support, right? All right. I'm gonna give you the mic. What do you got?
All right. No beat?
You
No.
want us to clap or?
No, all right.
We didn't get a beat set up. I'm
All right,
sorry.
check it. Yo. Yeah. When I rap, never stutter, no one stop my speech. Lay so many shells, look like you dead on the beach. Reppin' section 6, homie, watch what block that you on. Or else I might have your mom screaming, Jesus, he's gone. Some mere advice for you cats, if you ain't got yours clear, I don't have it yet. But I can kill your punk ass with fear. But don't get me wrong, put you on a permanent vacation. Clap you so many times, you thought you had a standing ovation. Look who you facing. Yeah.
That's not bad. That's very good.
How long you been rapping for?
Like a year.
Oh, that's
What do you think
awesome.
your boy's skills?
Grinding stuff.
You do something like that?
Not as good as him.
All right. You want to
That's very
introduce the
good.
video?
Yo, this is Bishop, that's the way. Vote that. Yeah.
Nicely done. Nicely done, Scooter. Good.
Ready for this match more, man. Hurry up, man.
Yeah, so that was our version of Total Request Live. Yeah, that was pretty much it. And there are some people who will say that the 2000s was like, oh, this is my peak childhood. And then you see moments like that, and it's like, that's not exactly the best. Like, I think nostalgia is just clouding your judgment. A lot. Like, it's clouding your judgment a lot. Like, I get nostalgia, but Jesus. Like, not everything was perfect. Like, you'll see some lyric videos from the 2000, like, songs from the 2000s made into lyric videos uploaded on YouTube. And you see in the comments, like, this was the best era of music ever. And it's like, no, every era has a feel. Like, every decade, every generation has a feel in music. Like, all generations of music have peaks and valleys. Like, all generations of music have peaks and valleys. No one is, like, better than the other. Like, one generation is going to be influenced by the next generation, and that generation is going to influence the next generation in terms of certain things. So, like, I don't get why, like, yeah, I don't get why certain people are just like, this is the best time for music. And I'm like, every year is the best time for music. Like, again, I grew up with listening to a radio station where when they would not play any baseball games, they would play music from the 50s and 60s, like 40 years before I was born. Or, like, yeah, years before I was born. They would just be playing music like, again, Jimmy Soul, Elvis. I think there's a little bit of Ray Orbis in there. Like, it was like pop music from the 50s and 60s. Um, I think Cher was in there. I'm not sure. Do they still do that? Hold on. Do they still do 1050 Chum Radio? Hold on. Um, Let me see the adult temporary oldies. Okay, they kind of stopped doing the so-called oldies thing for a while. Like, let me see. They okay, so from what I recall, they reintroduced like the oldies setup pretty much. No wait, I was there for the first oldies. Um, like it was around the time that the radio station introduced like got the radio broadcasting rights to Blue Jays games. Um, Holy hell. Like, yeah, it had been a while. Hold on, I gotta turn off the light. You alright?
Oh yeah, good.
Alright. Like, let me see. I didn't really mind those. Like, again, like, while everybody else was listening to, like, popular music, I was listening to songs from the 50s and 60s because of that radio station. Um, Good times had by all, I'm pooped. I didn't mean for that to go there, but it happened. Um, but like, yeah, listening to the like I've been listening to the I listened to the radio a lot as a kid. Actually, from elementary school to college, kind of. I stopped listening to the radio as much when I started getting my own MP3. Just got back. Where did we go? I don't know. Where did you come from? Where did you go? We were talking about. I was talking about how we had our own Total Request Live, which was called Much on Demand. Um, yeah, that's pretty much it. Um, yeah, we just talked about how us Canadians had our own Total Request Live, and how people are always actually having nostalgia for the 2000s, certain people, and I'm like, I mean, that's fair, but not, the 2000s weren't exactly perfect, you know? Like, people are like, yeah, but the 2000s are the best. Like, 2025 is the worst year, and then I hear 2021 is the worst year, then 2020. 2020 is justifiable because of COVID, but I heard like 2016 was the worst, 2001 was the worst. Like, I keep hearing this is the worst year of all time. It's like, I understand if it's bad personally, but it's, you can't keep saying it's the worst every year. You're gonna end up like that YouTube grifter who says that every year is the worst year that she went through because in movies, and it's like, you've only watched crappy movies on purpose. You only watch movies that you complained about before they came out, and then when they came out you still complained, and you complained about the same two movies, and then you made a top 10 list, like a list of things that you hated at the end of the year. and like you listed off 10 mid to bad movies, but you didn't go out of your way to actually go ahead and say like watch any good movies. We mostly remember the good and forget a lot of crap or just mess stuff. I mean, 2025 did suck, but probably not worse than 1942 or so. Probably not. I'm just kind of tired of people actually saying that every year is the worst year ever. Like, I have some cynicism, but I'm not gonna say that 2025 was my personal worst year. Like, it's not. 2025's not the worst year of my life. That belongs to a year like um a certain year in the 2000s. Um yeah, not great. And here's the thing. I can absolutely get like the blindness for nostalgia isn't actually kind of blinding me because yeah, there was like bad moments in the 2010s. Like I suffer from depression. I was going through a semi withdrawal. I didn't have a job for the first 2 years of um or a year or so in the 2010s. I was not doing too well. I barely took a shower. Like I barely changed my clothes. Like I was not taking good care of myself to the point to where I would actually go to the library unshowered. I would not have taken a shower or take good care of myself. Um, like it was pretty disgusting. I didn't look homeless, but I smelt homeless. Um, but like, but I also had some good periods. Like I started getting money. I started taking better care of myself. Um, I in 2019 I came out as trans. Around 2010 I actually like had went to my first pride parades. Um, what happened? Yeah, like, and here's the thing. Some of my favorite moments are not going with other friends. Some of my favorite moments is just walking home at night. Like, and I'm just gonna say this, like, it's nothing against here. So sometimes, like, I would take the bus home from work, but I wouldn't get off at my regular stop. I would go to near the plaza. I would go to the plaza where Pizza would be open, and I would just like, you know, go to Pizza at late at night, and just order a pizza and then walk home. With my and there would be like a song from a game called Katamari Soju, and there was a song called Nocturne, and I would have that playing in my earphones in 2013 while I would actually be walking home at like midnight, and it would be like it was the summer, but it would be like a cool breeze. It wasn't too hot, and it was just cool enough that I would go home and it would just like have me breathe. Like that was the better moments of my life. Like nothing crazy or anything, just like being by myself at like midnight, just walking home from getting a pizza. And then yeah, that was pretty much it. And also I actually have like for as nostalgia as my school period is, I have a journal that can prove that I was messed up. Like I have a journal that I wrote in for at least 7 years, and I can tell you I was extremely messed up for a lot of it. Like I was like dangerous. Like I was psychotic writing these journal entries. And I'm just surprised I didn't get kicked in the face for it. Like I was legitimately psychotic. Um and I was angry, like extremely angry and a lot jealous of other people than I thought. 2024 may have been your worst, but that's my stuff, not general. That's totally fair. Like, that's why I say, for personal reasons, somebody's worst year could be their worst year personally, not like in general. When I lived in Portland and I just had public transportation, I just take the longer routes to relax. Honestly, I would use public transit for reading books. Like, so when I started working, I used to like go to work with my next door neighbor who had the same shift as I did. But eventually I just started just going on the bus, um, just going on the bus pretty much every day. Like I just wanted to go out a lot more, so I would just like get out of the house at around 11 to go to work, and that would be it. Like, she would drop me off at home, but I would go to work without her, you know? And every time I'd be on the bus, I would just read. Just read on the bus, you know? Um, like, throughout the entire time of my long running job that I was at for 9 years, I would just like be on the bus, and it would take me two buses to get to work, and that was it. Just two buses. And I would be reading half a book by the time I got to work. Um, Sometimes, here's the thing, I didn't even go to work straight to work. I go to a Tim Hortons, like a coffee shop, and read there. So sometimes I would read like 200 pages, and then I would go to work after I get a hot chocolate. At one point, I did time me going from home, no, going from the coffee shop and then going all the way to work, and I time it with playing an episode of Welcome to Night Vale. Like, I don't know when I started listening to Welcome to Night Vale, it just sort of happened. Like, I never listened to I listened to podcasts, but I never listened to that type of podcast. So I would get an episode of Night Vale before I left home, and I would actually not listen to it until I left the coffee shop. So I would actually like be walking and listening to Night Vale, and up until I got to my locker, where I would actually like listen to it, and then I would like, and then the episode would end, and then I would read a book. Um, but yeah, like there is something relaxing about taking a public transit. Whether or not sometimes you could even fall asleep on it. Um, but like for me, just like being on the bus, reading a book was just a lot. Like I remember one time, this was during when I was reading Deadpool comics. Like this was around when the first Deadpool movie was coming out, and I wanted to see what was the big deal about it, so I got a few comics. And I remember one night on my way home, I was just like reading a Deadpool comic, and I was just minding my own business. And then this little kid, or like around 7 or 8, at the corner of my eye, just started sitting next to me. Like it was like it was kind of in front of the bus, and there was like a 3-seater, and I would actually have like the um I'd be sitting at the far end of the 3-seater, and then this little kid actually was on the other far end, so the middle space was open, and I was reading, and at the corner of my eye, I was reading this Deadpool comic, and this little kid was like looking over at what I was reading. Um, and I'm pretty sure his mom was like right in front of me like right in front of me sitting, and she was pretty much like calling him, and then he just like went away, and I was like, "Aw." Um, like I've gotten a fair share of people ask me what I was reading, because a fair share of people are just like looking at like on their phones, and they don't usually see somebody reading a physical copy of a book. Like I remember, like I think it was last month, I saw somebody read a Sarah A. Maas's A Court of Thorn and Roses, and she was actually like reading it, and she was like really invested in it, and I really wanted to say, that's a nice book. Have you read the Throne of Glass novels? Because I've read a couple of those books 3 times, like a couple of times. Like, uh, I think the reason why I got into those books is because it was suggested to me on BookTube. Um, like, yeah, I was really into that. You know, I am all for public transit, especially when it actually like. So here's the thing. So I moved out of my hometown in 2023, and the last job I had was like lasted 4 months, and then I had to leave because I ended up moving here with my partner. And so from June ish to Halloween of 2023, I was working at this place. It was a warehouse, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. Same schedule as my first job, but I loved it. I absolutely did. Um, but it took me an hour to get to work, but I didn't really have an issue because honestly, like more time to read a book. Like I was on a bus that I ended up like on a trip on my way to work. I would actually have read a book before I got off like the bus. But thankfully, I would usually have like 2 or 3 books. 2 or 3 books in my bag just in case like I don't like this book. I'll read another book. Like because of those trips and because of like that workplace, I ended up reading 260 something books that year. Like that's how long those buses actually took from getting from my house to work and then back. If I ever win the lottery, I'm building public transport in my town. I mean, I don't play the lottery, but it's fun to dream. I don't play the lottery either. Like my some of my family do, but I'm just like, no, I'm good. Um, but like for me, it's like build. You don't have public transport in your town. That sucks. It sucks. Like you don't actually have public transit. That absolutely sucks. Like I would actually want public transit here to go until like 2 in the morning because that would actually kind of help. You know, in my old hometown, the bus schedule only goes until 2 a.m. While here it's until 10 p.m. Um, so I can't even go out that late, even if I wanted to. Um, but yeah, I mean that's just me. Um, but yeah, public transport, public transit, and libraries. Those are my big go tos. Like in the city, does this have good public transportation? Good. Does it have a good library? Good. Um, does it have a good like distance for like going to stores? Okay, fine, that's good. Um, like, I mean, there's no McDonald's around here, but I can actually order it. But again, I'm not having McDonald's for like. There's a single bus that goes twice a. That sucks. Oh God. 6 hours, and it only goes twice a day. Oh, I can't imagine. I honestly cannot imagine that. Like have to wait 6 hours. Yeah, I can't even imagine. Like that is rough. Like 6 hours. Oh God. Like I thought we had a bad when it's like a bus comes every 30 minutes, but 6 hours. Like 6 hours is a lot. Like at my old hometown, like the buses would come every 15 minutes or so, 10 to 15 minutes. Unless it's like a certain period of time late at night, in which case it'll take 20 minutes. A car is a necessity. I mean, yeah, a car is a necessity for a lot of cities. That's why it kind of ticks me off. Because I prefer just getting a ride while I'm reading a book. Like, driving a car is just tiny town, like less than 10,000. That's lower than Dog River, which is a fictional show from a show called Corner Gas. Nobody knows, like, Corner Gas. Nobody. Not many people know about that show, especially non-Canadians like some of you. I'm kidding. You non-Canadians don't know what you're missing. I mean, probably not, but like, I live in a small town too. It pretty much reminds me of my old hometown in the early 90s. My mom told me that in the early 90s our old hometown was a lot smaller like this, to the point to where there was no public transit in on Sundays. Like, there's no transit on Sundays. I don't know. Healthcare? Yeah, we have healthcare. We have pretty dang good healthcare here in Canada. Yeah, we have good healthcare. We're missing healthcare, and I heard about what's going on in the States, and I do not blame you. I don't blame many people for leaving, and I'm sorry for everybody who is going through a rough time, especially in America. Like, there are people from America who are just moving to Canada because, like, it's a little bit safer. Like, Canada has its faults, but we kind of, sort of know where we're trying to go to. We're trying to, like, band together and be a lot better about ourselves. Like, in terms of, like, our government, like, there was the whole Carney versus Polivier, and, like, people, overwhelming people voted for Carney because he was the better choice, because Polivier was kind of pretty much a Trump bootlicker. Like a bootlicker. And Canadians didn't want that, so we ended up voting for somebody who actually cares. And then you get people who are grumbling, like, yeah, but we could have had Polivier, like, you know? And it's like, those same people are actually complaining about Justin Trudeau, which he has his issues. He's dating Katy Perry. He was in blackface. Actually, I'm more offended about him dating Katy Perry than him in blackface. Because at least with him in blackface, he didn't know any better. Okay, he should have known better. He was a teacher. He should have known better. But at least he apologized for that. I don't know if he's going to apologize for dating Katy Perry, but, you know, he divorced his wife. He's looking for love, you know. Hopefully, Katy Perry, like, hopefully he's going to actually be a good, positive influence on Katy Perry. Like, I genuinely hope so. I'm not leaving. I'm going to continue to be a thorn in the side of fascists. And once those fascists get taught, like, fascists are pretty much like, I'm pretty sure most of them are cowards who think that they could do everything they want, and then once it's like, once they actually get pushed back, they're going to be like, but it's free speech. And it's like, just because it's free speech doesn't mean you have freedom of consequences. You forgot Katy Perry and his dating of her? I mean, it wasn't as big as when there was the rumor that Liam Neeson was dating Pamela Anderson during, like, the Naked Gun thing. I didn't get any confirmation on... Unlike the Katy Perry and Justin Trudeau thing, I didn't get confirmation about Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson. Like, there was no confirmation. Everybody was saying that they were dating. But I didn't... I was looking around and there was absolutely no confirmation. So I'm just guessing it was just a big rumor that started on Reddit. Like, at least, like, here's the thing. They were flirty with each other, sure, but I don't think that they were dating. Hell, Liam Neeson straight up said that after his wife died in 2009, he's not really, he wasn't really considering dating anybody, you know? And by the way, watch The Naked Gun. It's absolutely a funny movie. I actually liked the recent Naked Gun movie over like the third Naked Gun movie with Leslie Nielsen. Um, but yeah, I hope Katy Perry dating a Canadian would actually like, rub off some positivity, like have some positive influence. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not, none of my business. I mean, it shouldn't be my business, but at the same time, at the exact same time, everybody was talking about it for so long, and it's like, I'm not getting confirmation, and it's none of our business. Like, it wasn't even confirmed from the actors themselves. People are like, but they're dating, they're not dating. If they were, they would have said something by now. Like, and I go on Wikipedia and I don't see anything about them dating each other. Like, I could go on Liam Neeson's, like, what was it? Liam Neeson's Wikipedia, and there is nothing about, like, him dating Pamela Anderson. Like, he has not dated for, like, 2 years since he split up with somebody else. You know? Like, I'm just gonna look at it. Yeah, there is nothing that says that him and Pamela Anderson have dated. Like, say what you will about Wikipedia, but they keep up to date with some crap. Like, yeah, hold on, let me see something. Let's see. Yeah, he dated somebody up until like 2021 for about 2 years, but that's it. There's no confirmation that he was dating Pamela Anderson at all. So pics or it didn't happen, and I mean confirmation pics, not just pictures of Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson smiling at each other or smiling with each other. You know, I still need to. Please do. Like, I don't know what this like YouTube grifter says that like were no good movies that came out in 2025, but I had a good time with The Naked Gun. Like, there were some jokes that didn't work, but I actually still laughed. Like, there's a part of me that wants to watch that movie again. Like, I do want to watch that movie because it's a comedy movie where everybody is playing the line straight like you should. And the lines are well written enough to actually be funny, you know? It's not like one of those parody movies where everybody's just like being over the top and it's just pop culture reference after pop culture reference. It's just like, it's just a gag a minute movie. Like, the franchise is just a gag a minute franchise, anyways. Um, and it was written by one of the members of the Lonely Island. So not only does it have that Naked Gun tone, but it also has the weirdness of the Lonely Island. So yeah, the Naked Gun, absolutely funny. Like, that honestly is one of the funnier movies. I don't even know why that grifter is like there were no good movies that came out in 2025. Like, there is a damn fine full of like um gems throughout 2025. And she says 2025 is the worst because Captain America 4 and Snow White, like, she skipped over so much movies just to focus on movies that she knew she was not gonna like. I'm genuinely glad that there are videos that are calling out these grifters because, like, yeah, a fair share of people are just kind of tired of it, you know? Um, like, here's the thing. Oh, yeah, by the way, speaking of libraries, I read, what's it called? Jeremy Renner's book that came out, I think, a year or two ago. Like, either last year or either 2025 or 2024. And I thought it was just going to be about his life in general. I didn't know that it was gonna be about his accident that he had in 2023 or so. Like something crushed him, like heavy machinery ended up crushing him, like he needed to save like a life of a loved one, and so it actually ended up crushing him, like all 2,000 pounds, and he had to go to like the hospital. He almost died, and it was just like 200 pages of him explaining what was going on through his head. Um, I think the book was called Last Breath. Hold on. Let me see. Where are you? My Next Breath. That's what it was called. It was called My Next Breath. And it's just about him getting into an accident and his recovery. Ended up reading it in one day. It's 200 pages. I kind of recommend it. I was surprised how much went into how much he talked about the accident. And another book that I'm about to read soon is a John Candy book, like this John Candy book, A Life in Comedy. Like I don't know much. I don't know much about him. Oh, it came out last year, 2025. Um, like I didn't really read a lot of I didn't like watch a lot of his movies. Like last year, I finally watched Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, and I was shocked. Like the first thing that shocked me happened at the beginning of the movie, and it was just like 4 words: 2 days until Thanksgiving. I genuinely thought that it was like a Christmas movie. Like throughout most of my life, I thought Planes, Trains, and Automobiles was a Christmas movie. Then it turned out to be a Thanksgiving movie, and I was just genuinely surprised about that. Um, and also, I thought that the movie was okay. Like, I thought it was just okay. Like, I laughed here and there, but I don't know. Maybe it was because I didn't grow up with, like, John Hughes movies. Like, Home Alone, yes. Like, Home Alone, of course, because it's a Christmas movie. Home Alone 2, Home Alone 3. Yeah, I didn't really watch a lot of John Hughes movies until, like, college-ish. And that was because it was on TV. Like, I ended up watching The Breakfast Club, 16 Candles. That can't be it. No, that can't be it. I didn't watch Uncle Buck, but that can't be all. That can't be the only John Hughes movies I watched. Weird Science. I watched. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. I watched. Hold on. Let's see. Let me see. Watched 16 Candles, The Breakfast Club, Weird Science. Do not want to watch Pretty in Pink. It doesn't look great to me. Then that's just me. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Never watched Uncle Buck. Never watched Curly Sue. Hi, Battle Cat. How are you, Battle Cat? It's been a while. You finally made it to a stream? That's awesome. I'm really glad that you're here. Unfortunately, we are out of time. We're going to end the stream soon. So, everybody, thank you. I'm kidding. We're just going to go on for at least until we hit the 2-hour mark. But how are you? It's been a long while. Never watched a National Lampoon Vacation movie. I never watched any of those movies. Mostly because I am not a Chevy Chase person. I mean, okay, I watched both Fletch movies and I watched them in Community, but I never got into the National Lampoon films. But Battle Cat, since you're a first time chatter here, um, I want to say, I'm just going to say this up front. Hi, I'm Kiara Strings. I am a trans woman, and this is the early stream where we just talk. It's essentially a podcast here. Like, we just talk about stuff for about 90 minutes to 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours. A few times it's 4 hours. It depends on how, like, I can talk forever, apparently. But we don't play games, we just talk. And that's it. But welcome on in. You know, the early stream is essentially a just chatting stream that is around 4 a.m. Canadian time. The first vacation is rough and showcases some of Hugh's craptastic stuff, which would come out in the 90s, where he would write slapstick comedies. You know, the 80s was him actually looking at teenagers and writing for them well, and then the 90s is just like slapstick, just pure slapstick, and it just got like, there is like a clear moment where it just became less about character moments. 70s, like, hold on, his first movie was that he wrote was in 1982, and it was Class Reunion. Like, oh, one of Hugh's first stories inspired by his family trips was called Vacation 58, which later became the basis for the film National Lampoon's Vacation. But that still what I wouldn't know. But like, yeah, there is a clear timeline. Maybe he may have just directed. He didn't even direct until 1984. John Hughes' directorial debut came out in 1984 with 16 Candles, and the first thing he wrote was National Lampoon's Class Reunion, which came out 2 years earlier. So he was like an 80s director in terms of character focus, and then in 90s it was a lot more about the slapstick, you know? But Battle Cat, I hope you're doing okay. I hope you've had a wonderful Christmas and Thanksgiving. I mean, Christmas and New Year's. I'm getting Canadian Thanksgiving confused all over again. But like, the last movie he was involved in, story what? Oh God. He, like, the last thing that he did when he was alive was Drillbit Taylor. 16 Candles is a big yikes. It absolutely is a big yikes. That is a movie that I don't know if, like, even when I was in high school, I thought 16 Candles was a bit cringy in some moments. Like, there's heart to it, but there are things about it that do not hold up at all. Also, hi Alice, how are you? I hope you're doing okay. Welcome on in. I hope you had a good couple of days or week or New Year's, you know? But like, yeah, some of, like, a fair share of 16 Candles does not hold up very well. And some people say that 16 Candles is perfect, and it's like, through the eyes of the current day, even in the 2000s, it does not hold up somewhat. Like, it captures the best of John Hughes and kind of like the most cringiest part of John Hughes. But I'm glad that you have had good fun, Alice. I am streaming for the third day in a row, and it's not gonna stop. I'm kidding. But like one of the reasons as to why I'm streaming, I am about half saved on. Didn't say much over Chrissy. I'm glad that you have half saved, Alice. I completely believe in you. In order to get like the second half or the other half of FFS, you know? Like I'm like me and probably everybody else are cheering you on in that regard. But um, on behalf of everyone else, I wish you luck. We do wish you luck. And hopefully you do take care of yourself. Um, my I should find the over 15K by May June. Fingers crossed, Alice. Absolutely fingers crossed. There's always that light at the end of the tunnel, and I hope you make it to that goal. You know, like, yeah, good luck for you. And that's not being sarcastic. Like, absolutely good luck. Um, I should take my meds right now. And I probably should, like, renew my, I should probably renew my spirolactone. I keep forgetting to. Yeah, I keep forgetting to. That's a whoops. But it's snowing outside. I'm kidding. No, but it is really, really bad. But my New Year's resolution included, you know, actually hitting the live button 100 times. Like, that is one of my New Year's resolutions. And my partner, while I was playing Hitman 3, he was actually like, okay, so you're starting to stream again. That's good. And there was a long pause, and he looks at me expectantly because he's like, and I'm like, what's wrong? He's like, usually there will be a but at the end of the sentence. It's like, no, 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 no. This is going to be a little bit of the long haul, at least for this year. Because I used to stream 6 days a week, and now I am streaming, and, 6 days a week, and it was super easy. And then I started getting dysphoria, and I would barely stream at all. In 2024, I did stream, every day for the month of June. So that's like 30 days. And now I'm going to try to stream for at least 100 days. That's not going to be good for the counter. But, you know, I'm not going to stream tomorrow, though. Because, well, quite frankly, I don't stream on Sundays. Like, I do not stream on Sundays. Because Sundays are kind of my day off. Wait, no, that's not true. I did stream on Sunday when I streamed every day for, like, June 2024. That's a whoops. But, yeah, like, one of the things I borrowed from the library was Hitman 3. Because what would happen, like, I think 2 people actually kind of got me into, like, the Hitman games again, because, I know like, the first time I rated Baritone was when she was playing a Hitman game. I think it was Hitman World of Assassinations, and at the same time I was playing Hitman 2. And so I did not know about the Hitman 3 thing, where they actually put all the games together and make it one big game. I didn't know about that until, like, I think she told me, and I looked it up, and I'm like, I'm going to get this game from the library. And I completely forgot I actually had Hitman 3 on my Xbox One. So I don't know why I bought it from the library. If I bought it, I bought Hitman 3 years ago, and I completely forgot. I even have Hitman 2. But, like, yeah, I put 70-ish hours into Hitman 2. And I just wanted to play, like, Hitman because, you know, I never really got to. I barely get to. So Hitman 3, then it turned into like Hitman World of Assassinations, and I'm like, okay, I'm good for it. And so I'm not gonna, after the stream, I'm not going to immediately go play it. I'm gonna just like get some food and watch Fear of Depth. And then I'm gonna watch a couple of episodes of Heroes because, quite frankly, I'm genuinely really into that game. Like, show, I mean. You might need to buy the Hitman 1 campaign even with World of Assassination. I thought it was just everything was for free. Like, I genuinely thought everything was for free. Like, yeah, I thought everything was actually for free. Like, hold on a minute. So it was rebranded Hitman 3. So IO rebranded Hitman 3 as Hitman World of Assassination, with the contents of the previous 2 Hitman games becoming available to Hitman 3 owners, free of charge. So I don't know if, like, because here's the thing. I think I did start the campaign yesterday, when the very first mission was on the boat. And yeah, that was the very first mission that I was doing yesterday. And I ended up getting all the challenges, and like I ended up completing all the challenges in like 30 minutes because I am kind of obsessed. I bought it on Steam. I had to buy one separately. Odd. Okay. So this happened like 2021 apparently. Like, did it? Was it 2020? 2023. It happened in 2023, where Hitman 1 ended up being rebranded as the entirety of Hitman. Like the Hitman trilogy was all put together in one game. So that's why I was kind of excited. And then another friend of mine told me that like Hitman 3 is just still in its own game. There's nothing that was added onto it. And then I played it, and it's like, no, everything's the same here. Like, everything's this, or I did buy the one campaign and I bought the rest. I have no idea. That's pretty much as to why. Like, I couldn't find the original at the library. The only ones I could find were the second and third one. And then the third one was just, like, there, and I'm like, okay, I'll borrow the third one when I finish the second one. And my God, I was excited. Like, stuff still gets added. Really? It still gets added. Oh, wow. Seriously, like, Eminem just got added recently. I forgot about that. Jeez. Like, here's the thing. I'm not into that. I'm just into, like, the base game, where it's just open world and I could do whatever I want. Like, at one point, I actually dressed in, like, I choked out somebody, wear all white, then I would actually, like, plant a bomb near the target's, like, desk. And it was funny because, like, I ended up talking to my target as in disguise, and we got into a room. And then, like, for some reason, the target just didn't react. He was just looking down at the grenade, and then boop, I just like set off the grenade, and he just exploded, and I just walked away. It was, my God. They have elusive targets that you can play free for 1 month and then pay for permanent access. I don't really need to pay for permanent access. I can play for free for a month. Like, honestly, I'm just in it for, like, the base game, where I would just play the game, I'm one of those people who don't want to move on from certain things, like, in terms of, like, playing stages, actually playing stages. Like, I don't want to move on to another stage until I get all the challenges. Like, I refuse to move on. That's why in Hitman 2, I'm stuck on the Formula 1 stage. You know? I'm just stuck on that one. And, like, there is something amazing about being so good at a stage that you can actually be a silent assassin in master difficulty. You know that episode in, like, Star Trek Lower Decks where one of the characters is in, like, a Borg test, and, like, the tests were designed to almost get you to fail, and a lot of people ended up failing it except for, like, one character, and it was a Borg test, and he did it for super easy, and he's like, okay, that was easy, and it's like 75%. It's like, that's it? Let's do it again. And then he kept going and going, and he put his, like, mark higher and higher until he got to 100%. That was how I feel whenever I, like, play a silent assassin, or I'm really good at a certain stage in Hitman. It's just like, I've just been through this so much. I've been through so much in terms of the stages that essentially being a silent assassin in master difficulty is just like that. If you've never seen them speed runs for Hitman, I've seen them. I've actually seen them. I've seen it happen. Like, and I've actually, those people are insane. Can I just say that? Those people are absolutely insane in doing that. Speed running in, like, in a Hitman game is absolutely wild. The fastest that I ever went was, like, I don't know, 3 to 4 minutes. Like, somebody, like, I went to the high scores of some of these, and they only lasted, like, 95 seconds. Like, they were only in it for 95 seconds, and then they just went around. Like, they just went away. Like, my quickest was 2 minutes. I don't know how they, like, get to, like 90 seconds. Like, I'm one of those people who just likes to take my time, you know? Like, my personal favorite stage, well, because my personal favorite, because I've only played 2 stages, was the very first stage where it's just, like, a house on the beach, and you have, like, 2 targets. Like, oh god, I love those. Like, I love that stage. Like, that is one of my favorite stages. And, like, there is something relieving after, like, accomplishing, taking care of 20 bodyguards and being very meticulous, and then going after the actual target with no issue at all. It's just such a frickin' relief. You know? Like, but honestly, I can never speed run a game. Like, the closest that I've done was Enter the Matrix back in the PS2 era, where I beat that game 3 times. First time, I beat it in 2 weeks. Second time, I beat it in, like, 2 days. Third time, I beat it in 5.5 hours. Just, like, waking up early, putting on the radio, and just, like, going through Enter the Matrix. It's not a great game. It's not even a good game, but it is a game that I played a surprising amount of times. Like, we've all had those games that that even if we knew it was bad, we would still play them. Like, Ride to Hell Retribution. Like, we all have biofascination. Like, most of us do have biofascination. Like, we hear something is bad, but we just want to experience it. Like a bad movie, a bad video game, a bad TV show. We just want to experience it. And that's why that Kim Kardashian show, All In, or All's Good, or All's In. What's that show called? Hold on. That Kim Kardashian show, with Ryan Murphy. What was it called? All's Fair. That's it. All's Fair. Like, it was criticized by so many people especially because of Kim Kardashian's acting. And so many people ended up watching it that it ended up being renewed later on after it premiered. Like it premiered in November 2025, and it was renewed in that same month. Like it's insane. Like it's insane how not hate watch, but I just don't understand why people would rather just like watch the. You know what? I'm not gonna judge. I was gonna judge, but I'm not gonna judge. You know, because like crappy shows have been around. A lot of so-called bad shows are around long enough because like people watch them. A lot of people watch them. Like the Kardashian shows, many of them, it's just wish fulfillment, and people are like, I'm just living through them. Like, I wanna live like that, and I'm like, I personally don't wanna live like a Kardashian. Although, I will respect Kourtney Kardashian for one thing. If this is true, I will respect her for one thing. And that's to get Travis Barker to get over his fear for planes. Because him getting in that accident in 2008 or 2009 or 2010, like him getting into that accident and having PTSD, that's one thing. But if it's true that Kourtney ended up helping him like with his fear of planes, then that's something I will give her. That's absolutely something I will absolutely give her. But like for the most part, I've never been into the Kardashians. Like, and Kim Kardashian can't act. Like she really can't, and she's surrounded by people who absolutely can. Like she's right beside Naomi Watts, who I kind of had a crush on after I saw The Ring. Like when I saw Naomi Watts in The Ring, I was like, "Oh God, that like she's." Whew. And then I find out that she's Australian. I'm like, okay, well, but that's just me. I mean, you know what they say. I don't know. I don't know what they say. There is no they. But like, yeah, like how did I get to TV? Like there are a fair share of shows that I want to watch. Like one day I will watch the last season of Stranger Things. I will watch it because I know it's not good. But then again, it hasn't been good since season 1. Like, I know people are gonna say that season 4 was good, but it was just so excessive, and there were so many things that you could cut out, and it was unnecessary. But season 1 was pretty much like perfect or pitch perfect because like it seemed like its own contained story. That's why I'm not gonna watch any other episode after season 1 of Heroes, because I know afterwards the quality just goes down. So first season of Heroes, and then I'm just gonna walk away. You know, it's like it's like plenty of Supernatural fans will tell you the first 5 seasons are all you need. You do not need to watch all 327 episodes. You could watch the first 102. 104, sorry, 104. Damn writer's strike. But yeah, I actually did borrow movies from the library that came out in January of 2025 because I want to catch up on a fair share of these. Like, and oh, okay. I just found out from my partner that he never watched Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I was surprised at that. I was 100% surprised because his favorite movie of all time is Hot Fuzz, and that's directed by Edgar Wright, who directed Shaun of the Dead and The World's End. He also doesn't know about the show that came before those movies, which was called Spaced, which like has Nick Frost, Simon Pegg, and Edgar Wright in it. So it was like 4 years before, a few years before Shaun of the Dead, and my partner did not know about that. And he told me yesterday, like he was like looking over movies that I borrowed from the library, and I'm like, I was going to suggest Oppenheimer because it's a 3-hour movie. We could watch it. It's a Saturday night. We could watch that movie. And I was just like listing off what I had, and then he's like, we could watch Scott Pilgrim, and it's like, okay, because I never watched it, and that surprised me. I mean, it reminds me of the time when my friend told me that they'd never seen a Back to the Future movie, and I was like, I'm gonna put my foot down and actually go ahead and get you to watch that movie. So the movies I ended up borrowing from the library were One of Them Days, Wolfman, Shang-Chi, Presence, Companion, and Dogman. One of those is not like the other. And that's because, like, I know Dogman. Dogman is supposedly for kids, but here's the thing. I grew up with Captain Underpants. I grew up with the books. I loved the movie. The movie I absolutely liked. Not loved, liked. And so I want to, like, read Dogman because I read Captain Underpants. I read a few Super Diaper Baby books, but they weren't for me, even as a kid. But Dogman, like seeing the trailer just made me laugh so much. I'm like, I'm watching this. I will watch this. No one can make me not. You can't make me, you can't make me. But like, yeah, good times. Good times were had by all. I'm pooped. Yes, I should be. Good Lord! Oh God. Why am I doing that? Why did I? And I'm not even tired. I'm just like, I can go on for the whole day, but I have some things to do. Like, I have to do something with my partner. It's none of anybody's business, but it's something that I'm gonna do. But yeah, my partner and I are gonna be watching Scott Pilgrim later because I'm just surprised that he's never done it, and I want him to watch that movie because I watched that movie 3 times, and because I referenced it yesterday, Scott Pilgrim. Oh, wait, Simpsons or Scott Pilgrim? Because I watched Scott Pilgrim versus the World 3 times, and I'm just really ticked off that it didn't make the money that it was supposed to. Like, it was released around the same time that Eat, Pray, Love and The Expendables came out. And I understand... Here's the thing. I understand losing out to Eat, Pray, Love. I absolutely understand. Like, I did not have an issue with, like, Scott Pilgrim losing out to a Julia Roberts movie because Julia Roberts movies make bank. Like, those movies absolutely make bank. Like, how much did Eat, Pray, Love end up making in the offices of boxes? $205 million against a $60 million budget. Like, again, Julia Roberts movies mostly make bank. Because, like, it's for, like, the romantic people, like, people who are into those types of movies. There are a lot of them. I completely 100% understand people seeing Eat, Pray, Love over Scott Pilgrim. Especially in terms of, like, somebody being on a date and they're like, oh, the new Julia Roberts movie. I mean, that is 100% fair. I am 100% fair for that. That is, I'm okay. That's fine. But losing out to the Expendables, I understand it's like 80s, 90s, and 2000s action stars coming together, but man, God, it wasn't even a good movie. Like, I watched that first Expendables movie. It wasn't even all that good. It was not even a good movie. And Scott Pilgrim ended up losing out to like the Expendables. It's not even a good movie. Like, you guilted your mom into seeing Scott Pilgrim. Did she at least like it? Did she at least like how our cities looked? Like, kind of clean and very cold. I mean, that's how we are, kind of clean and kind of cold. I'm just surprised that the movie actually is 2 hours and it doesn't feel like it. Like, holy hell, Scott Pilgrim versus the World. Yeah, I watched the movie 3 times. Um, and she didn't like it. Oh, different strokes for different folks, and that's totally fair. Some people don't like the movie because of like the characters, especially Scott. Like, most of the characters in that movie are not great. Well, the main character is a dick. Like, and also I just want to watch a movie pre Kieran Culkin getting an Academy Award. Like, I want to see how it goes. We were seeing a lot of films at the time, and she picked most of them. What else did she pick? Because that sounds like something between the late 2000s and the later 2010s. Because I used to watch a lot of movies specifically in theaters. She thought it was too weird. I mean, like, what did she watch when she was a kid? Because, like, the 80s, like, here's the thing. Every decade has its weird. Like, movies in every decade are absolutely weird. So, I don't know. Maybe it's Ghost of Girlfriend's Past comes to mind. Oh, God. Matthew McConaughey's dark period, where he would just do romantic comedies. Gummy? I don't know. I don't know either. But Gumby. Oh, okay. Gumby. Okay. I mean, that's weird, but it's creative. Weird can be creative. And my mom loves Shaun of the Dead. Okay, so she likes Edgar Wright when he is at least somewhat tethered towards reality. But Scott Pilgrim was pretty much like a comic book come to life, or a video game, or pretty much like a comic book come to life in video game version. And my mom loves McConaughey. Oh, wow. I'm gonna be honest, that is a sentence I never thought I would actually have to read out loud. Somebody loathing McConaughey. A lot of women I know love Matthew McConaughey or will watch his movies. I would only watch his movies. Like, I watched Ghost of Girlfriend's Past because it was during the period of time in my life where I would watch bad movies just to rant about them on YouTube, but that only lasted like 2 years. Like, barely 2 years. Like, barely 2 years. Well, a fair share of other people would actually be doing that for like years on end. You know, because it gets tiring. It absolutely ends up getting tiring after a while. Yeah, it gets absolutely tiring. I think my mom actually loves him, but I denies it. I represent it as hate. Um, I think your mom could be both, because I didn't like Matthew McConaughey because he did a lot of romantic comedies, and his admittance, he did not like doing those movies. And that's why when I saw The Lincoln Lawyer, I was like, this is good. This is a step in the right direction. Like, people tend to forget that before Matthew McConaughey was in his romantic comedy phase, he was an actor. Like, he did things like A View to Kill, was it? I think it was called A View to Kill, with A View to Kill and all that. Like, he actually was kind of a dramatic actor. Yes, he did Dazed and Confused, and that was pretty much kind of his persona for a fair share of people. But he actually was a lot more versatile than people gave it credit for. And then in the 2000s he started doing these romantic comedies, and in his admittance, he didn't want to do those anymore. That's why, like, he was doing movies like The Lincoln Lawyer, Joe, Dallas Buyers Club, A Time to Kill. Yeah, A Time to Kill. I think, did I say A View to Kill or A Time? It was A Time to Kill. Okay. Um, it had Samuel L. Jackson, Sandra Bullock, like Kevin, uh, but yeah, like, I actually ended up watching it in high school. Like, they showed that movie in high school, and I'm like, this is actually a good, like, yeah, I actually didn't really mind it. Like, and I'm like, that was the first moment where I was like, is that Matthew McConaughey? Is he actually, like, not McConaugheying, like, doing the romantic comedy? He's actually being an actor? He's an actor? My God. Like, I was completely shocked at that. You know? Like, I was genuinely shocked. I used to love Grisham. Then he had that weird Vanity Fair interview. I don't think I ever read a Grisham novel. I've never read a John Grisham novel, as far as I remember, as far as I know. Let me see what books he actually, like, wrote. Let's see. Southern Gothic, huh? Alright, let me see. A time, like, no, I never read that. Never read the Pelican Brief. Theodore Bourne? Kid Lawyer? Yeah, I don't think I've ever read a John Grisham novel. I've never read a John Grisham novel. Then again, I'm not completely into those types of books. Law thrillers. Okay, I mean, courtroom drama, law thrillers, I had no idea. But I've, like, yeah, I've never really been into, like, those types of books, to be perfectly honest. And that's nothing that, honestly, it's fine if everybody else is, but I've just never been into courtroom dramas. Hold on, I need water. I absolutely need water. Like, I've not really all that been into, like, those types of books. There were, like, I think I read a couple of books by somebody who I forgot who. I read a series of books where there was, like, uh, a kind of a rich person, a daughter of rich people, who actually became sort of a detective. I forgot what it was called. Uh, Teenage Detective, Confessions of a Teenage Detective. Detective. Not Confessions of a Teenage Sleuth. It's a books. Like, I think I found it. Confession, Private School Murders, James Patterson. I was reading James Patterson books. Yeah, James Patterson. Confessions book series. How many of those did I read? I'm gonna check Goodreads. Because for some reason I actually ended up reading a fair share of those books. Back in 2017. Holy hell. Let me see how many of those books I ended up reading. Because there was like 3 of them that I borrowed from the library. Okay, there were 4 of them and I read them all. So, James Patterson actually had like a book series about a detective novel or a teenage detective. First was called Confessions of a Murder Suspect. Second was called Private School Murders. Third was The Paris Mysteries. And the fourth was called The Murder of an Angel. Like, holy crumbs. Are those the only James Patterson books that I actually, like, read? That can't be right. Actually, it is. Never mind. Like, again, around this period of time, I was just reading young adult novels, which is odd because, when I was a kid, I was reading, like, when I was in elementary school, I was reading stuff by Stephen King. And again, my dad didn't have a problem with me reading Stephen King. He did have a problem with me reading Captain Underpants, though. Can't believe that. Never read Patterson? I mean, you're fine. If you read Grisham, I'm pretty sure you might like Patterson. Might. But I've only read 4 books. And that was like literally 10 years ago. That was like 10 years ago. You know? Yeah, I read a lot of Grisham in high school. I honestly I didn't read all that much in high school. Elementary school is one thing, but elementary school, yeah. College, yes. But high school, I didn't read all that much. High school, I went to the library to borrow DVDs, specifically movies and especially like Kids in the Hall DVDs. But high school, I didn't do much reading. I, I blame. Actually, I blame myself for not getting into it. Because I didn't really go to the high school library all that much. Um, Amazingly enough, I went to the elementary school library when I was in elementary school, and I went to the college library. Not really. Actually, not really. I actually just went, you know. In college, I just went to the library that was in my city. Good times were had by all. Um, but yeah, holy hell. Um, and I only read one Tom Clancy book, which wasn't even written by Tom Clancy. Like, a friend of mine straight up was like, which book did you have? I'm like, Cyber Nation. And my friend's like, yeah, he didn't write that. It was ghostwritten. Um, like, so I've never read another Tom Clancy book. My cousin got me that Tom Clancy book when I was in the 6th grade. I'm just amazed at that. My cousin, my dad let me read a Tom Clancy book, but he just didn't like Captain Underpants because it was too a man in his underwear. I mean, that's why I don't want to judge any kids for reading something stupid. Like stupid things. I don't want to that's why I will never judge any kids. Like, I will never judge any kids reading some stupid things that were written for kids and has a lot of imagination. Like in school, like a teacher showed our class Captain Underpants and I was absolutely obsessed. Like the first thing that my teacher, like, I didn't read the first one, but she ended up reading the second one, Captain Underpants and the Talking Toilets. She read a chapter each day of that book, and I'm like, I love this book. I love it so much. Um, and again, I said this before, but my dad gave me money for going to a book fair. He didn't ask what book I was getting. Uh, I ended up getting the fourth Captain Underpants book, and he was like, "No!" uh, so he ended up taking those books away from me. But thankfully, I have like all the books, Captain Underpants books, in my room. Um, because I will always have a soft spot for stupid things. Like, yes, like I've written stupid things. I read stupid things. No, I read stupid things. I write some stupid things. But it's all part of the creative process as long as it's not hurting anybody. And Captain Underpants didn't hurt me. I don't read as much as I used to. There used to be a lot of downtime on graveyard shifts. No longer true. Um, I I try to read whenever I'm home, but no, it's usually on my way to work on the bus or on my way to the gym. So that's just me. That's just me saying it out loud. Like um like at my old hometown, whenever I go to work, I always have downtime, especially just leaving the house early to just go on the bus. Like sometimes I would actually go on the bus and just not go anywhere or get off. You know? Like I would actually just like stay on the bus and just ride and just, read on it. Like going nowhere. Like going from my house and then going a long way and then just, um and just reading. Sometimes I just need to do sometimes I just want to like do that. Um but since this is a small town, I absolutely can do that. Like just get on the bus, go like around the bus route and just go home. Just read the entire time. It's not hurting anybody. Unless it's the last stop, in which case you have to get off. Um, but yeah, like for like I've gotten people come up to me and ask what I was reading, like especially in my old hometown. Like people actually sit beside. Like I remember one time I was reading a book about the show The Office, like a complete oral history, or just the complete history of The Office. And yeah, I was reading the complete history of that book. And somebody actually did sit beside me and it's like, hey, what are you reading? And I was like showing them and it was like talking to them what it was about. And they're like, interesting, okay. Like, I've gotten people on the bus just to ask me what I was reading. Helia, how are you? Welcome on in. I hope you're doing okay. Um, if you're not following Helia, go follow Helia Skull. Her and Eka are like part of a friend group that I absolutely enjoy watching. Um, like, yeah, just like Helia is also a trans girl who is into like music. Like her streams are always music based, because like she is like a DJ and she plays music from the 70s all the way to probably the 2000s. She was the one who got me into Gajira, especially Aurora Boreas. And I was just obsessed with that song for a while to the point to where I would play that song over and over again. Like, I'm not buying any albums for the first half of 2026, but when July 1st comes, I am going to find the album that comes from that 2008 one, the Way of Flesh, not Don't tell me. I'm gonna look it up. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me anything. I'm gonna look it up. The Way of All Flesh. Okay. Almost got there. Aurora Boreas. Yeah. That was the first song I ever heard by Gojira, and I'm like, oh, yes, this is... I don't know why. This just hits me in the right way. I don't know why. It just hits me so much for some reason. Like, especially the live version that you showed. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I think that's the first... Like, I don't listen to death metal. Is Gojira considered death metal? Like, I'm looking on Wikipedia, and they're like death metal, progressive metal, groove metal. And The Way of Flesh also has technical death metal, progressive metal, groove metal. Like, does Gojira count as death metal? I'm honestly not sure. Like, then again, I don't know. Like, death metal, I'm not there yet in terms of it. I'm not there yet in terms of metal. Like, I like metal. I like heavy metal. I like some thrash metal. Like, again, look at the albums I have. I'm going to be making a Metallica video soon. Like, I have a Metallica video right here. Like, no, wait, not Metallica. I have all but Metallica's last album. I don't have 72 Seasons because... can I just say that? 72 Seasons just didn't interest me. Like, I have Saint Anger. That's how much I don't want 72 Seasons. You know? 72 Seasons is fine. It's just Metallica just doing it. You know? Of course you can. Like, I can count Gojira as death metal or technical death metal. Because, like, yeah, I hope so. By the way, some of you may be wondering what I'm wearing. This is something my sister gave me, for Christmas, along, with a purse. The 72 Seasons thing. Oh, that's fair. Okay. Cause I have no interest in 72 Seasons. I know it's a good album. The issue is it's probably going to be the same, as Death Magnetic and Hardwired to Self-Destruct. Two other really good albums. Hold on. So my sister bought me this. Like, she bought me this for Christmas. Like, yeah, she ended up buying me this for Christmas. A small bag. Because, like, I like these bags. It's a sign from my mom. Thank you. It's a sign from my mom. Yeah, see, my mom should have saw this, like, because I came out to her as trans, but she didn't understand. So my sister bought me this, and she should know, like, my mom should at least figure out that I'm a trans woman, not a cis man. Whoops. Yeah. Love bags. I'm a slut for them. Like, I just want here's the thing. My favorite bag is the ones, hold on. Hold on a minute. Okay, hold on. Just give me a moment. So this is the bag I've been using for a while. For a long while. Like for 8 years. As you can see, it's falling apart. Like, you can see it's falling apart, right? Because I used it so much. But I put a lot of books in here. Like 2 or 3 books. And this is a bag that I do not want to let go of. That is a bag I do not let go of. You like the design, but that's because, like, it's falling apart. Like, the front of it is falling apart. That's the issue. And also, hold on. This robe actually goes along with this hat. Like, it goes along with this hat pretty much, like like as you can see, um, this hat was knitted by my partner's mom. She knitted me two of these, and I always go out of the house. Most of the time, I go out of the house with this because here's the thing: I go to the gym, and here's the thing: I go to the gym, and I always have a do-rag on because I sweat at the gym. So I have a do-rag on, but also I leave the house with this on, even if it's like summertime. Which, in my defense, I've been doing the whole wearing a toque on my head thing in the summertime for years. But I always wear this. Like, I always wear a toque, and this time is no exception. Like, I haven't worn a baseball cap or a cap in like a couple of years, mostly due to the fact that ever since I started growing out my hair, I can't really do that. I can't really like wear a cap anymore because even if my hair is tied up on me or if it's uh like let down, I can't like wear a baseball cap. Thank you. My sister does have great taste. She is the fashionista, and I'm pretty much like the girl who just wears all black and knows what she likes. And the beanie again, thank you. Um, yeah, I'll absolutely tell my partner's mom that people liked the hat. And as for the clothes, like the robe, again, my sister bought this for me. And the only reason I'm actually wearing this right now is because it's kind of cold, and I'm like, might as well. And I also have like a couple of other robes, so yeah. Uh, it is comfy. Like I had another robe that I got from Killstar, I think. No, not I think it was Killstar. I'm blanking up with coffee, I hear ya. Um oh yeah, that here's the thing. Um uh Also, as part of my New Year's resolution, I'm not having anything other than water. Like I'm not having milk, juice, coffee, though I don't drink coffee, energy drinks. I'm not having anything except water and occasionally hot chocolate as a New Year's resolution, at least for the first 3 months of the year. So yeah, I'm trying to cut back on a lot of garbage, just like the gym. I am cutting back on the gym. Like I'm not going for 5 to 6 days a week. I'm going for at least 2 to 3 days a week. Probably three, because my legs are killing me. My legs are absolutely killing me because I overdid it in terms of gym. Sometimes I would go to the gym twice a day. But again, I actually want to look good for Pride Month. So I went to the gym yesterday and I started lifting some weight. I ended up just lifting weights. Um, and then I went on the treadmill. So yeah, I should probably like not go on the I should go on the treadmill, but I'm not going to go at high speeds. Like maybe high speeds for 10 minutes and then the rest I'll just like relax on. Um like high speeds for like 10 minutes. I'll be on the treadmill for like I don't know, an hour, and at least 20 of those minutes are just going to be on high speeds. The first 10 minutes, and then how long have I been going? Since 2024? Like mid 2024? Yeah, mid 2024. Um Mid to late 2024, along the lines. Um and so like I thought I was going to be one of those people who would only go in January and that's it. but then I ended up going pretty much all year. I need to push myself to start doing that too. I mean, go for it. I mean, to me, you look absolutely stunning and amazing. I just need to go to the gym and actually straight up eat better because yeah, I went to the gym a lot in 2025, but my eating habits were just not great. Like it got me depressed and all that. Um so yeah, that's why I'm only drinking like water and occasionally like hot chocolate. Like only thing I'm actually really having lately is rice and some spaghetti. Like I'm not going to go back for like yeah, so no junk food, like no burgers, no fries for at least 3 months. For at least 3 months or at the very least until like Pride month. Um so like no McDonald's, no Burger King, like no burgers, no french fries, um no hot dogs, no bread. Um I have to stop doing unhealthy things like not drinking ketchup. Like it kind of happened again, but I'm not going to drink any ketchup. I have to stop drinking ketchup and drinking syrup. Cravings happen. Anytime Helia, like my legs are here, like your legs toned, so I don't get nasty cramps wearing heels. Oh, one day I want to wear heels, but I'm just kind of scared. I'd rather just wear flats or lifts. Um, but the reason as to why I want to go to the gym is because I want to get toned at the very least. At the very least, I want to get somewhat toned. It's more along the lines of my stomach. Like my legs are fine. My legs are kind of fine. It's just like my stomach. Um, yeah, it's just my stomach is the issue. And that's just it. It's just my stomach because for a while, like from 2023 when I moved in here to when I started going to the gym, I wasn't taking good care of myself. Like I would be ordering out junk food and I would not get out of the apartment. I wouldn't get out of the house for like weeks at a time unless my partner tells me to go out. And now I actually do go out because like yeah, I absolutely go out now as opposed to like early last year, no, early 2024 where I would just stay home in bed playing Hades on my Nintendo Switch while I was listening to um, either Questlove's podcast on YouTube or Michael Rosenbaum's Inside of You. Um, I have no idea how I actually end up listening to those two, but it just sort of happened, you know? My legs have good muscle tone, probably because they carry my fat ass. And you absolutely look so stunning, baritone. Like, you absolutely look really, really good. All of you do. Questlove is awesome. Like he is. Like I'm glad that he's actually like doing stuff because not many people heard of the Roots up until Jimmy Fallon actually like comes in. Like I'm like that's something I'm glad for Jimmy Fallon. Like he got the Roots on board with his talk show, and people now know who the Roots are, and they actually are like listening to like their albums. You know, so and I like how Jimmy like according to Questlove when he was on Conan O'Brien's podcast, um, Jimmy Fallon has like some sort of way of disarming people. So things that the Roots would not normally do, they would actually end up doing. And it's not even by force. It's like, okay, like something like a skit, a pre-taped skip and all that. And it's like, okay, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. Um, so Jimmy Fallon bringing the Roots to like the mainstream to the point to where people end up listening to their music. I mean, Jimmy Fallon isn't a great talk show host, but I do respect him bringing like a relatively underground band and putting them out there. Thank you, but I am obese, not far from morbidly so. But I have been consistently under 300 for a year now, so there's that. Still, you absolutely look really good whenever I see you on camera. You know? You absolutely look good. Oh, crumbs. What are these tennis balls doing? But like, yeah, I was not taking good care of myself. Like, yeah, I wasn't really taking good care of myself back then. Back in the early 2010s. Then I started working, and then I just became something else entirely. Um, but yeah, like, but yeah, for at least 3 months, I'm not having any junk food. I am hoping that's the case. Anytime baritone. Um, I'm really hoping that's the case in terms of like me actually trying to eat healthier and actually not run as much at the gym. You know, um, I really hope so because, like, quite frankly, Happy New Year, Blopsy. How are you? Welcome on in. I hope the New Year has been treating you well. And another New Year's resolution, by the way. No, wait, I already said that. I am going to at least press the live button 100 times. So far, it's the third time this year. So I'm going to try to, like, stream for 100 times, and then that's it. I'm kidding. Um, didn't I say that this stream was only going to be 90 minutes? I swear this stream was only going to be supposed to be 90 minutes. Then now it's longer than Star Wars. There's a good chance that this might be a 3-hour stream. So, everybody, I'm sorry. First of all, buckle down. This is going to be longer than Star Wars, the longest Star Wars. The longest Star Wars, again, is The Last Jedi, which is like 2 hours and 30 minutes. I'm glad it wasn't shorter than 90 because I wouldn't have to see a cute bag and beanie. I mean, that's what Blue Sky is for. I'm not going to use Blue Sky until like next Thursday, and it's Saturday. So I will take a picture. I will take a picture and put it on Blue Sky. Alright? Like, of the beanie and the bag. Hey, I have an unhealthy feel. Like, I understand baritone. Like, a fair share of us, or a fair share of people have an unhealthy relationship with food. Like I do, it's just that I have to work on it as well. And I'm glad that you say that you're working on it slowly, and I'm glad that you are. It's still a 90-minute stream. We're just in overtime. Oh yeah, it's not even. We're in overtime like in baseball where it goes into extra innings. Crap, it's my doing. No, it usually just happens, you know? Even when nobody is even around, like even not even in chat. Even when nobody's in chat, the stream will go on for 2 hours. And the best Star Wars. The best Star Wars, are we talking A New Hope or The Last Jedi? Because I like The Last Jedi. No, I respect The Last Jedi. It's a mixed bag, but I respect The Last Jedi. I love The Force Awakens. I know its flaws, but I respect The Last Jedi a lot more than The Force Awakens, and I respect it a hell lot more than The Rise of Skywalker, which I'm gonna say this, and I've said this before. The Last Jedi is just fan fiction with a budget, in my opinion. There are good things about the Rise of Skywalker, like Finn, Poe, and Rey are together, as opposed to like two of them actually being there, like because the three of them barely interact. The three of them barely interact with each other, and the one thing that the Rise of Skywalker does right is have the three of them together on a mission. and I do like the rapport between the three of them. And I'm like, this is what is sorely needed. Like, The Rise of Skywalker might be my least favorite of like all the Star Wars movies, but I appreciate The Rise of Skywalker actually going out of its way to be like, okay, Rey, Finn, and Poe, you barely interact with each other. Why don't we just fix that and put you together for a mission? And you're all just like doing your best for the material, yet the material that you're given. I still haven't touched The Last Jedi. All right. Oh, never mind. It's Rise of Skywalker. I still need to see. I think you're fine. Again, it's fan fiction with a budget. Last Jedi is the best Star Wars. I mean, I like that's totally fair. Um, Honestly, like I have issues with The Last Jedi, but I do like Ray and Ray, Kylo Ren, and Luke's story. Like I love the story with the three of them. Like it's so interesting to see, and yeah, John Boyega was so underutilized, and like it's sad to see. Um, it's absolutely sad to see how underutilized he was because he was a big player in like Force Awakens, and then he was kind of a supporting character in The Last Jedi, and then he was like a supporting character, but it still felt he was demoted to extra, if you know what I mean. Um, like, I really, like, yeah, I really hope that, like the issue with the sequel trilogy is that there was no consistent story. Um, there was no consistent story, but I am still tired of people blaming women in Star Wars for so-called ruining it. Like people will blame Kathleen Kennedy or the actresses in like the sequel trilogy. It's like, what are you doing? You're you're saying that Kathleen Kennedy is ruining your childhood? She helped your child. First of all, I'm pretty sure she actually helped your childhood by producing those Indiana Jones movies and several Stephen King movies. Like, I don't understand. Is it because, like, she is the CEO of Lucasfilms? Like, she doesn't have creative control. She's not, like, she actually does, like, the numbers or whatever, but she's not exactly the one hiring everybody. Like, whenever there's a bad Star Wars thing, people will blame Kathleen Kennedy. Whenever there's something good, they won't give her any credit, or they refuse. Like, it's genuinely just tiring. I should probably play Jedi Fallen Order, to be perfectly honest. The only game that I was consistently playing was Battlefront 2. And that was because, like, okay, so that was my very first Star Wars game, not Jedi Fallen Order. I think I played one of those games and I liked it fine, but I just never got into it 100%. But the first Star Wars game I ever played was Star Wars Battlefront 2. And it was only because it was an accident. So one day I went over to an older friend's house and he lent me his game, Resident Evil 4 for the PS2. And I came back to my house. I tried to play it, but it wasn't working. It did not work. And I tried over and over again. And so I went back to his house and I'm like, hey, this isn't working. And then he gave me a copy of, he gave me his copy of Battlefront 2. And I did not want to give that game back. I loved it that much. I loved playing Battlefront 2. Like, I think I have it somewhere here. I think I have it. I'm not sure. Hold on a minute. Let me check. yeah. Found it. Hi, Bisected. How are you? Would you like a shout out? Okay, so this is not a case. This was like I bought this at a store secondhand, but as you can see, I have it for PS2. My PS2 is down below. So, yeah, still have it, still happy. And I got this for $14.99 apparently. But I'm gonna give you a shout out. I like playing super overpowered in Force Unleashed. I never knew you could absolutely do that. If you're not following Bisected Brioche, please go give her a follow. She is a really talented she absolutely is a really talented streamer who streams at least 2 to 3 days a week. And she is a Metroid fan. And the latest game she played is Zone of the Enders, I want to say. She is a really good tiefling. She can really, really pull off tiefling. So please, give her a follow. Like, you won't regret it. You need to finish Jedi Survivor. I need to finish a whole bunch of things. Fallen Order has my favorite droid human dynamic, and one scene moved me to tears. I'll look into that game. I'm good. It's gone super cold here. Same here. Like, I live in Canada. I understand how you're feeling, Bisected. Yep, finished up the second game on Wednesday. Nice. Excellent. I look cute with horns. I can vouch for that. She absolutely does. I think all us trans women need to group hug to get warm. Just saying. Get that good old estrogen hug. Estrogen hugs for all. A good old-fashioned group estrogen hug. I should stop. I love horns. I love wings. Like devil wings. I don't want horns yet. I don't understand. Is that like the note E or E for estrogen? Or is it rated E? Because I don't really play a lot of E-rated games. Even Battlefront is T. Battlefront is T-rated. I don't even know how I went that long without going into like Star Wars Battlefront. And at that point I never even watched the Star Wars movie. Like, that's the thing. I played Battlefront 2, but I never watched the Star Wars movie. It wasn't until like years later that I actually watched A New Hope, because I actually looked down on people who like Star Wars and Dungeons and Dragons, or D&D. Like, I look down on people who like Star Wars. Here's the thing: when everybody was like, when I was in school and everybody was hyped up for a Star Wars movie, I looked down on everybody. It's like, you're all nerds. All of you are nerds. Every single one of you. You're not cool like me. Meanwhile, I was reading Harry Potter and doing my homework and reading, like, Lord of the Rings. I was not self-aware. At the very least, when I was an emo teen, I was at the very least self-aware enough. Which Battlefront 2? Star Wars. Star Wars Battlefront 2. For the PS2. For the PS2. Okay, I actually have Battlefront 2 for the Xbox One. But I have both Battlefront 2. I have both of them for the PS2 and the Xbox One. Like, I was excited for Battlefront 1. Like, I had a headset. Like, I bought Battlefront 1 with a headset, which got ran over with, like, this chair. And, like, my God. This was 2016, and I was like, I played the crap out of that game on my, like, days off, you know? My goodness. 20 minutes until the stream ends. And then I will stream probably tomorrow. No, I'm going to stream on Monday. Because I don't usually stream Sundays. May the 4th. Oh, nice. Around May the 4th is so much fun. I'll look into that. I'll honestly look into that. Love flying. I don't have internet on my Xbox One. I don't have Xbox Live because I don't usually play online. Like, I love playing on my own. Like, I usually just play games on my own. Like, it's a complete inverse of how I was as a kid. As a kid, I wanted to play games with other people. As an adult, I'd rather just play alone for the most part. I found, like, playing the flying missions a little bit more difficult. I'd rather just be on the ground missions, just, like, shooting or using my lightsaber. I tried flying, and sometimes I try to avoid it. But, like, with some video games, especially back home, I usually play a game while I'm listening to an album. And with Battlefront 2, I always, like, the album that I listen to or think of whenever I play Battlefront 2 is Alice in Chains' A Looking in View. Like, that is the album I think of whenever I play Battlefront 2. And with, like, Alice in Chains' Dirt, it would be Mercenaries for the PS2. Like, that's a fair share of it, you know? Like, and Alice in Chains is the Devil Put Dinosaurs Here. That's NBA Street for the PS2. Like, I bought a lot of PS2 games in the 2010s because the PS2 games I wanted were cheap by then. Like, let's see, I had money, and I knew a couple of places that sold PS2 games for really cheap. So I'm like, sold. What's that? A game that I always wanted since I was a little kid is only $2.99. Here's $5, keep the change. Like, I even have a soccer game, like an old soccer game that is 15 years old? No, 13 years old. And I have, like, 3 copies of it. Because that is, like, the first game I ever got. But yeah, holy hell. I loved, like, I don't know why, I just like playing video games. All of us do. A lot of us do. Like, again, this channel used to be a Fallout channel. I don't know how I got into Fallout. It just sort of happened naturally. Or maybe I saw somebody play on Twitch and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna get into this. I'll get into this. And on this channel, I used to play Fallout 3, 4, New Vegas, and Fallout 76. Played a crap ton of those. And then and as a recurring bit, I got lazy and became a just chatting streamer. A just chatting streamer that could talk for like 3 hours. Soccer game makes me wonder how many people know where the name Madden comes from in the games. I doubt, like, I barely know. Like, I barely know. And Madden is football, isn't it? FIFA is soccer. Football is Madden. Or you're talking about the same thing, but yeah, even as like a kid who likes sports, I never got into football. I got into playing basketball, playing foot hockey, playing soccer, doing like track and field, but watching baseball. But I never got into football. I found football, okay, just the connection, got it. Like, I never got into football. Like, never. Even as a sports person, even when I was into sports, I never got into football. Like, whenever I heard somebody talk about the Super Bowl, my brain just goes, okay, I'm just tuning out. Because I don't want to talk about the Super Bowl. I don't care about the Super Bowl. Like even the halftime specials, which are interesting, like which are kind of interesting, but I've never been into like playing football or watching football. Basketball, yes. Football, NRL, fun enough. Watching, man, both. I don't care for playing football. I don't care for watching football. Watching football is boring to me. People say that baseball is boring, but I think of baseball like tantric sex. Like you're waiting for something to happen. It's like and then it's just like oh, and then like here's the windup, then the pitch, and then it's either a swing and a miss, or it's a foul ball. It is like tantric sex, and then when like there's a hit, it was just like oh god, yes. I only care about the superb owl, as you should, Blopsy. I don't know what the superb owl is. I was just sharing my opinion. I think it's fun enough to play. I That's fair enough. I just never got into like football at all. Never go out of my way though. That's totally fair. Um, like again, I used to be a big sports fan. I just never got into football. Like I thought it was just really boring, and then when the Super Bowl happens, I'm just like slowly tuning out. Like I am tuning out. And like but I heard a lot about Bad Bunny being in the halftime show, and I remember so many people were complaining he's not even from this country, and it's like why is he doing it? And then it's like Ice actually being they're being told like Ice is gonna surround like the Super Bowl just so like just for something to happen, and it's like you're just blowing shit out of your ass. Like you're just blowing stuff out of your ass. You're just upset because nobody you like is actually going to be in the Super Bowl halftime show. Like last year was Kendrick Lamar and people complained. You know? You're going to complain about Kendrick Lamar and you're going to say it's the worst thing to happen. You know, the same people who said that the Janet Jackson thing happened. And it's like, yeah, but the Janet Jackson thing was 20 years old. You have to get over that. Like, you're like the Janet Jackson thing was controversial, but if it wasn't for that, then we wouldn't have YouTube. And like people were villainizing Janet Jackson, and Justin Timberlake ended up coming clean. You know, like you're just gonna complain about like yeah, people just want to complain about everything. It's like, what about Kid Rock? And it's like, no, the halftime shows are like, here's the thing the halftime shows are dedicated to the people who are popular in the moment. Like Bad Bunny is popular in the moment. Kendrick Lamar was popular in the moment. Is popular in the moment. You're gonna say that Kid Rock. It's like people are like, what about Metallica? Metallica is good, but the moment there are only 3 years that Metallica could have actually been in the Super Bowl: 1991, 1992, and 2009. Those are pretty much like the only years that Metallica could have easily been like considered to be in the Super Bowl, because 91, 92, that was the Black Album era. From what I understand, that is an era where Metallica were like performing really, really well and they broke into the mainstream. And 2009 was Death Magnetic, which is a comeback album. And, you know, people like that album enough, and, you know, it will be enough for them to go in the Super Bowl, maybe. Everything else, not really. Like, not many mainstream didn't know Metallica in the 80s, and then after Death Magnetic, Metallica became like a touring band or something, and tackle football just may be the adrenaline. That's totally fair. There's this subreddit Super Bowl which is dedicated entirely about owls, because heck yeah, totally fair. Um, I'm not using Reddit right now ever since I got suspended, and I got my my streak snapped, so I'm not doing that again. Society took the wrong lesson from the Jackson incident. Yeah, like people were like outraged by that Super Bowl. Like it was 2004. People were apparently very outraged about it. Like very, very outraged. It's like this is the most offensive thing ever. This is horrifying. I mean, 3 years earlier, thousands upon thousands of people died when two planes crashed into two towers. And like 4 planes were hijacked and several people died. But no, a a Super Bowl performance where a nipple was covered but a boob was exposed. That is like the worst thing ever shown. And you would show it again and again and again. Some people, like, oh my god. And I'm glad that, like, people are coming around to, like, it was horrified, like, I'm glad that people are coming around to Janet Jackson and seeing, like, it wasn't her fault. It was horrifying. Yeah, it was horrifying. Like, everybody blamed her. Everybody blamed her, and, like, people are like, this is the end of common decency. And it's like, how come I always hear that? People are always like, when I was a kid, there was always common decency. It's like, no, there wasn't. You might say that out loud, but you forgot about, like, the debauchery that could happen in, like, all, you know? I never come on decency. I do. I absolutely do. It just, like, I just need times. Reactionaries, yeah. But at the same time, if it wasn't for, like, the Super Bowl in 2004, we wouldn't have had YouTube, for better and for worse. But, like, yeah, some people are like, this is the worst thing ever. And people are going to say that over and over again. You're going to get those people. Mostly just ignore them, or at the very least make fun of them. Ignore or make fun. Like, don't give them an inch. You know? Like, don't give those people an inch in terms of, like, them saying that it's the worst thing ever. You know? Yeah, like, there are worse things than seeing an exposed boob with a covered nipple for a split second. And then you see pictures of it everywhere. So you can't even say it's the Super Bowl, yeah, it's one thing, but you have pictures of, like, the nipple, so-called nipplegate, everywhere. So it's more like it was newsworthy to the point to where they would play that clip over and over again. And there were some horny teenagers out there who probably did stand to, like, look at that. I was not a teenager during that time. But yeah, there were probably a lot of teenagers who were probably, like, really horny and just saw that and just looked at it's like, I don't know, check under his mattress. Sorry, I was quoting Seinfeld. Oh, that one oh my god. Oh my god, that part. I didn't know about that until, like, years after it happened. Like 2015. Like when I started using TV tropes. Around the time when I started using TV tropes. I did not know about that until then. And it was like, hey, have you ever played the game? And the girl's like, okay. So, for those of you who don't know, Mass Effect comes out. The first one. The first Mass Effect comes out. And what ended up happening was there was controversy because there was a sex scene. A sex scene, an optional sex scene. And, like, there was moral panic, especially with, like, Fox. You know? like with like Fox News were all over that, and one of the people who were discussing was like, I didn't think I was gonna get Debbie Does Dallas, and it's like, it's one 10-second sex scene, which you could absolutely, even like the person who was like, uh, having a counter argument for, like, who was for Mass Effect, like, I think it was the guy from Spike TV, he's like, hey, so just to let you know, you can absolutely skip, like, you can absolutely skip the sex scene. It's not even an option. Um, and then the woman is like, nah, no, 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 no. I have to go with the facts. And he even says, have you actually ever played the game? And she's like, no. And it's like, well, that's it. Like, that's pretty much it. You lost your argument. You didn't even play the game. You just looked at a trailer or just heard about it and just were like, yeah, I gotta face the facts. And the fact says that, uh, something, something, something. And there was like a moral panic. Just a moral panic. And then I think it just went away after a while. And, the woman who actually was like, saying that I gotta support the facts, she ended up with the book, and it got negative reviews because, like, she did not know what she was talking about at all. She didn't do research, and it was just like, it reminds me of the book that I read a couple of years ago called Gamer Nation, where it talked about games, but it looked down on gamers. Like, it looked down on games. She already had the book, which was review bombed. Okay, I thought it was just negative review, not reviewed bombed. Um, I was 23 years old during that incident. F, I'm old. Like, I mean, that's totally fine. Like, here's the thing. All of us are kind of sort of old, you know? Um, like, I remember when I was like a teenager and I thought I was old, or like, I thought I was too old to sit on Santa's lap, and I was like 12. And like, you know, I've, like, it's like I don't feel the terms, like, I don't feel old. Like, it happened 10 years ago, and I don't even feel that old, because it's like, oh yeah, that, it's not so much I feel old as much as, oh yeah, that happened, and then I moved on. It's like the people screaming about being able to play a trans person in Dragon Age Veilguard. Uh, I mean, I like that game enough, and there are solid criticisms of that game, but being able to play a trans person is not a criticism. Like, people are just gonna complain just because. God, that was almost 20 years ago. I feel old. Look, I didn't play Mass Effect until like 2015. I didn't know about Mass Effect at all until a friend of mine found that I had an Xbox 360. Like, here's the thing. I didn't get an Xbox 360 until years after it came out. So, just an FYI. My friend found out I got an Xbox 360. He lent me Mass Effect, and I did not know about the Mass Effect controversy until a couple of years later. She already had a book which was review bombed. I definitely left a bad review on her book. I'm one of those people who doesn't want to, like, review bomb, because I'm going to be as bad as everybody else who's review bombing people. Probably one of the first times I recall a review bomb happening. That's what a review bomb is. Hundreds of people spamming negative reviews. The difference between negative reviews and review bombing, for me, review bombing is like having a negative review, but not even looking at what was being read. Like, at the very least, read the book, and then if you in the review, you can call out the person, and then just like have a negative review or whatever. I'm not one of those people who review bombs, because I'm gonna feel like I feel like I'm gonna be as bad as the people who do review bomb, but yeah, review bomb just because there's a trans person in a game. To be honest, I think it's one of the incidents that set the same stage for Gamergate. Oh, I didn't even hear about Gamergate until like 2017. As I get older, it's not that I'm older, it's just that the passion of time is wild. For me, it's fairly slow, like extremely slow. The 2010s were, for me, the 2010s were a lot slow, but that's because I was doing a lot of things that I didn't take care of myself. Someone somewhere realized gamers could be used to harass, and some people are awful. Those like those people are like, ugh. Femshep may have cracked my egg a bit. I think Mass Effect was one of the first games I ever played a female character. Like, before it's usually like male characters, or you don't know what the gender was because you were in a car. But in terms of like Mass Effect, that was one of the first games I actually could play as a female character. The very first was Pokemon X. Because, okay, so I hadn't played a Pokemon game in a while, and so I heard about this new Pokemon game called Pokemon X. The X and Y, and I'm like, okay, I'll just go to the store and just get a Nintendo 3DS and Pokemon X. And it was around the time still where you can buy games and an album, so I ended up buying the Eminem Show along with it. The Eminem Show only cost like $2, and I also got the the Nintendo 3DS and the Xbox One. And for the first time, I ended up playing as a girl. That kind of helped me crack my egg a little bit because from what Aaron Hansen from Game Grumps said, there's something completely different playing a female character in a game. And he was right. I didn't realize how much it ended up being true until, I came out as trans. And it's like, okay, that explains a few things. Yeah, I'm not prior to joining in. Totally fine. Exactly, spamming negative reviews, not simply giving one. Okay, so I got confused for a little bit. Oh, come on. I went over 3 hours. Oh my god. 3 hours. 3 hours. Screw it. I'll just make it 3.5 hours. This stream is officially, like the last couple of streams, it's officially longer than Star Wars. The sun is coming up, and it's 7:33 in the morning. God, I talk way too much sometimes. So, this year I have streamed for 9 hours. Oh my gosh. I have seen some open and shut cases, people. Yeah, he does love playing female characters. Too bad he's not, like, a great gamer. I mean, he's not good at playing games. He just, like, ignores certain instructions and he just complains, well, what happened? I don't think you talk enough, to be honest. Thank you, but that's totally a lie. Like, at my first job, the job that I worked at for 9 years, I talk more in one stream than I do at a month. I talk more on one stream of the early stream than I do in an entire month working there. Him being bad at his games is a part of the charm. I mean, I understand, but to some it's like frustrating. Or a person. I think you need to talk a little bit more. Oh yeah? Well, we'll have to see about that. I got nothing. I don't even have hot sauce. I could drink hot sauce right now, but I won't. Maybe I will. No, I can't because I'm doing a New Year's resolution. Like, I'm trying not to drink anything that I'm not supposed to drink. Like, I can't drink ketchup or mustard. I'm definitely not going to drink relish. So the only liquid that is going to be in my digestive system is water, hot chocolate, and yeah, um, you know, Blopsy, Blopsy. There are times where there are times in my life where I consider you a friend. I consider you a smart, intelligent person. And this is definitely one of them. That was kind of funny. Tall glasses of water? No, honestly, in all sincerity, bisected. Well, first thing is going to be funny. It's quote unquote tall glasses of water. And second of all, in all sincerity, I'm not going to have any tall glasses for the first 6 months of the year. Like, I'm not going to have any tall glasses of water. Um, because whenever I have a tall glass, um, I ended up getting the munchies. Here's the thing. It's not rough. I cannot, like, having a tall glass is fine. Like, for me, I can absolutely go months without having a tall glass of water. The issue with me, the reason as to why, the reason as to why is because the reason as to why I had to stop for a while, or I have to stop, is because whenever I have the munchies, I overdo eating. Like, I overdo it excessively. And then I wake up with a bad taste in my mouth, and my stomach is absolutely not hurting, but it's full, and I'm like, ah, damn it. You know? Wide glasses of water, all I have is a cup. We have no wide glasses. Wide glasses would be drinking out of the toilet. But for me, a tall glass of water is not addictive. Okay, for those of you who don't know what a tall glass of water is, it's weed. It's weed. That's it. It's weed. I mean, people should have seen that coming since I said munchies. But yeah, no tall glass of water for at least 6 months. None. Because yeah, like if I get the munchies, I overdo it, and I'm trying not to overdo it because I don't have necessarily great eating habits. It's gotten to the point to where, like, I could go to the gym, but my eating habits will make it, like, worthless, kind of, sort of. That's why, like, again, my New Year's resolution is to at least get toned and look good for, like, Pride Month when I go, like Pride 2026. But at the same time, I'm not going to go on I'm only going to go on the treadmill, like, one day a week because I need my legs to survive and I don't want to be sore because I overdo it at the gym. Like, again, last year I would go to the gym sometimes twice a day. So later on, like, I even have, like, a plan, like, go to the gym 2 days a week. One of those days is going to be a Saturday. And then I'll probably go to the gym on Wednesday or Friday. Friday or Saturday. Because I've been overdoing it. So, like, go to the gym for like an hour. Be on the treadmill for like 30 minutes. And then lift weights for, 30 minutes on the treadmill. 10 minutes at high speed. And then, there's a cool down period that lasts 10 minutes, and that's going to be at a regular speed. And then I'm just going to lift, like, some weights, lift some weights for, like, the next 30 minutes. like you doing the pulley system and all that, and like doing this, hopefully at a decent pace, you know? Like I'm absolutely trying to do like get toned for Pride Month. Um, my doctor wouldn't give me the good ADHD meds if I smoke weed. Oh, that sucks. Um, I mean, it's either get ADHD meds or smoke weed. Um, you can't. Apparently, you can't do both. But yeah, sometimes it's better. Like honestly, it's better to just have some good meds than good weed. I say that out loud. I never thought I would say that out loud, but you know. Um, but yeah. Amazingly enough, between me and my sisters, I was the last one to actually have a tall glass of water. Like, I did not know my younger sister actually had tall glasses of water. Like, I actually didn't know. And I ended up buying her a Rick and Morty bong a few years ago. Because I thought she would like it. It made sense at the time. I'm trying, yeah, again, so no tall glass of water for me until Pride Month. Or specifically when I go to the city to see my friend during Pride Month. And, you know, we're just gonna smoke up. And, speaking of, so I think it's less my doctor and more DEA. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, that's understandable. Um, Someday you can have both. Um, get the ADHD meds, and then you could smoke weed. Um, or smoke weed one. No, wait, no. I don't know how ADHD meds are. I don't have it. I mean, I do have ADHD, as you can see. I do have some sort of ADHD, or maybe it's like I do have autism. I know that. The doctor that I went to a few years ago said I had mild autism. I don't know what that means either. It made sense at the time. Um, so my thoughts are kind of all over the place, unless I chose meds, but they may do oh god, random drug tests. Oh gosh. Yeah, that's fair. So not changing it. That's totally fair. Um, by the way, speaking of, um, so I recently submitted a name change. Yeah, I actually submitted. Okay, so yeah, I keep forgetting to mention this. I submitted a name change around last year. Mild autism, just like easy for neurotypical folk to deal with. Not chanting it. Oh, gotcha. Mild autism just means easy for neurotypical folk to deal with. That pretty much explains as to why my coworkers are like, she probably has autism because she doesn't talk, she doesn't laugh, she doesn't move her face. Um, Amazingly enough, I would stare people in the eyes whenever they're talking to me, and they're just like, I can look at people in the eyes, especially at my first job. Everything is neurotypical centric. And a fair share of autistic people have hyperfixations. Case in point, the music I have, and the books I like reading, and a set schedule. My insurance is basically refusing to test for an autism diagnosis because it doesn't impact me enough. That sucks. That absolutely sucks. Like, that's essentially them saying, that's kind of like them saying, what's it called? That you don't have autism. You might not have it. And it's like, really? 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 Like, what? Are they gonna actually do it when, like, it gets overwhelming? That is... No. Like, somewhere in the 4 no, that insurance sucks. That absolutely sucks. And I say that and that's kind of downplaying it. That's awful. What? It's just you're like, what you're gonna have like take an online test. Some of those online tests aren't even that accurate. You might as well just be self-diagnosed. That's like taking an online test. You might as well be self-diagnosing. That's one step towards like self-diagnosing, and sometimes self-diagnosing is not the best thing. It's not the best thing, and it's one of the better insurances. That's still gross. That's essentially like, yeah, you don't, it's like, it's essentially saying you don't look autistic, so you're okay. And it's like, self-diagnosing can be valid, but at the same time, sometimes it's not completely accurate. Sometimes. Like, that's why I personally don't self-diagnose, you know? But that's just me. Like, some people can be valid, it could be valid for some people, but for me, I'd just rather have, like, an opinion or a second opinion. Like, I can't self-diagnose, you know? Like, I had a doctor tell me, a doctor, not even my insurance, a doctor, a family doctor told me I have mild autism. Self-diagnosing wouldn't be necessary if the system actually worked. Yeah, that's pretty much like the issue. Like, oh God. You know, insurance absolutely does suck. You know? Like, but I'm sorry you have to go through that, Baritone. I'm sorry that a lot of people have to go on it. I've got the ADHD diagnosis. I'm certain I'm on the spectrum. I'm pretty sure a fair share of us are on the spectrum. Like, a fair share of us. Like, I absolutely know that I have, like, so-called mild autism. There must be a way to fight your insurance on this issue. There has to be. Like, but she said it was, like, the best insurance. Like, damn it. I would say come to Canada, but you actually did say that you're not going to let the fascists win, which I do respect. It's better to keep quiet and actually, like, stand up for yourself than having people actually complain, like billionaires complain, and being like, oh, I'm just going to leave New York City, and you're not going to leave New York City. Which is not a completely, which is not new, because billionaires being taxed was not a new thing. And then billionaires are like, I'm going to leave this city, and they absolutely don't. They stay in the city. So they're just blowing hot air. It's like Twitter, except, you know, no, you can ignore them because, you know, one day somebody's just going to get shot. Just like that CEO. One of the better companies, not necessarily the plan. Oh, yeah, good company, bad plan. Considering RFK Jr. Oh, you mean the person who actually said Tylenol actually gives autism? I don't know much about RFK Jr., but that's pretty much one of the few things I know about him. And he's a misinformation person. But the worst was, like, Advil. Like, Advil causes autism. And it's like, oh, right, okay. So you're a quack. You're an absolute quack, aren't you? Can you believe that, like, a year ago and 2 days ago, the first thing that we ever saw, like, January 1st, 2025, a Tesla blew up in front of Trump Tower? I'd suggest behind the bastards on RFK Jr. Alright, let's see. Is that going to be another YouTube video that I'm going to watch? Because Apparently he shot up drugs in a pit of dead cows. Yeah, that sounds right up his alley. That absolutely sounds right up his alley. If it is true. Podcast. Okay, gotcha. Alright, well. And yeah, sorry. Don't worry, no worries. Evilest football player of all time. The Ballad of Bo Gritz. Lee Atwater. How L. Ron Hubbard led his way to godhood. Oh, wow. How the Dilbert guy lost his... That's the one I actually want to see first, or listen to first. How the Dilbert guy lost his mind. That is the one I want to see first. And it's a two-parter. Oh, I know what I'm going to be listening to when I play Hitman. Speaking of Hitman, RFK could learn a thing or two about Charlie Kirk. I mean, here's the thing. I think what happened to Charlie Kirk was absolutely terrible, and nobody should end up doing that. But I do not feel sorry for him. Like, okay, how do I put this? What happened to him was, horrifying. Like, what happened to Charlie Kirk was horrifying. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But I'm not going to sit down and say, like, I feel 100% sorry for him. The Oprah ones are good. Oh, wow. Because people tend to forget that Oprah is pretty complacent and is pretty much square one of all that. I can't believe you opened that comment with speaking of Hitman. Oh, right. That wasn't even a joke. It just sort of happened. My reaction was, okay, but why him specifically? He's said that it's okay to have gun laws, I think. It's okay for people to die of guns so we can actually have our amendment rights for guns. He was pretty racist in terms of like saying, no, he was racist. He was transphobic. He straight up said that whenever he sees a black pilot, he'd be like scared. And it's like, Jesus. It was a tragedy that happened, but it was exactly what he was calling for. Exactly what he was calling for. Hold on a minute. All right. We must protect the Second Amendment. And some people are like, here's the thing. The victim, not the victim, but the shooter, people are like, yeah, but he's like part of the left. He's like the left, like people are like, this is what the left want. They're just bloody. And then it turns out it was just a regular white guy. And it's like, okay, but he probably has a transgendered friend. And like, this is all trans people do. They just incite violence. Then it turned out that apparently there was no trans friend. And then it's just like a regular person. And it's like, okay, but let's pray then. Let's just pray. It's like a guy got shot and you're just like going along with like a certain group of people did it. He was horrible in the ways and hid it under the guise of debating. I mean, yeah, it was like I even saw that video where he got shot and I'm like, why him? As in, if you're gonna take a fascist out, why that low of one? Just, let me see. It's more along the lines of working your way up in the ladder. Like, it went from getting billionaire CEO getting killed to Charlie Kirk. So clearly going up in the ladder of like assassinations. His cronies desperately trying to blame trans people was so funny. And like fear mongering. It's quite insane. Oh yeah, it was horrible. Hilarious how it shot them in the foot when they were wrong. And then like his widow, his wife, like seeing her go on stage, like seeing her go on stage after he died, and like the fireworks are going off, like it just reminds me of The Boys when that all happened. Like a clearly not morally right person is on stage and fireworks are going off, and they're just using his death as like something else. The shooter was trans. Nope. The bullets are trans. What? No. I mean, maybe? No. His girlfriend is trans. Nope. Again, his landlord is trans. You're just embarrassing yourself. Yeah. I mean, I watched that video, and here's the thing. It wasn't as graphic as the Bud Dwyer video, but it was pretty damn graphic. I'm not policing her grief. That's told. Here's the thing. It's just really wild, you know? Hi, Black Star. Welcome on in. Hopefully you're doing okay. We're just talking about stuff. Like, here's the thing. On one hand, I do feel sorry for her because she lost her husband in the most awful way. But at the same time, okay, maybe it is like massive grief and she's just putting it out there, you know? It just reminds me of Vin Diesel after Paul Walker died. Now, for those of you who don't know, Vin Diesel and Paul Walker were pretty tight during the Fast and Furious movies. And, like, Vin Diesel was kind of okay. Like, he was okay. He didn't have, like, as much of a big ego as he does now. And what ended up happening was in Fast 5, The Rock actually ended up, Dwayne The Rock Johnson came about. And I don't think he was as much jealous, but as much as Vin Diesel being like, Paul, like looking at Paul Walker and go, look, big man on campus. And Paul Walker's like, cool, you know? So he had a friend with him throughout it. And then when Vin Diesel died, he did start acting out. And I didn't really blame him as much, like as an ego thing, because like he was going through things and he's lost his best friend in the middle of like shooting Furious 7, which is one of the few movies I can say that actually made me tear up. Like, if you told me when I was watching the first movie that a Fast and Furious movie would actually start to make me cry, I would not believe you. But there I was watching the last 5 minutes of Furious 7, and that Wiz Khalifa song comes on. My eyes are just like, oh God, you know? And that song ends up, for a while, ended up being a graduation song, like, for, like, Gen Z. Like, my sister graduated, and they were singing that song at graduation. Black and Yellow Mad made you cry. I mean, it did. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, that the beat to that song is actually so good, it actually did make me tear up. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Like, yeah, that is actually a 6. Like, I don't know why I like that song itself. Like, the beat, you know what it is, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. I'm like, yes. I mean, I'm not a big hip-hop fan, with the exception of my favorite album of all time being a hip-hop album, but I don't know, that song just hits me in the right way, in the best way. This has been going on for 3 hours, hasn't it? Oh my God. And the laundry is still going? Oh my, like the dryer is still going. Like, I've been doing this stream for 3.5 hours and the dryer is still going. Something crazy just happened? Nothing. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. I just thought that the stream was only going to be 90 minutes. And then it was 2 hours. And I thought, you know, I could make it until like 2.5 hours. Then it was 3 hours. Next thing I know, it's 3:30. Jesus. Should I just do a 6-hour stream at some point? Should I just do that? Should I just, like, I don't know, go to bed early, then wake up at midnight, stream at 2 a.m. and then keep doing it for 6 hours, I might as well. Because I'm halfway there. I'm over halfway there. I'm gonna go for like 4 hours somehow. Oh, God. So everybody, make sure you stretch. Please stretch. Oh, God. I lift weights and this is what happens. Like, I lift weights for the first time in months and this is what happens. I go to the gym only for, like, running on the treadmill. Oh, God. And nothing crazy happened. It's just being here. It is 8 a.m. And there's a good chance I'll stop streaming in 10 minutes, in 9 minutes. I say that not knowing. Stretch. Ouch. Ah. No, I'm kidding. But like, yeah, that's why I'm just doing yoga exercises right now. Like, right now I'm like, yeah, right now I'm doing yoga exercises. No, I've been doing yoga exercises since 2016 or 2015. Like, I've been doing yoga exercises since I came home from watching the first Deadpool movie, so that was 2015. So I usually do that every night with the exception of, like, the last 2 years where it's just kind of spotty. But, like, this year, my resolution is to actually just do yoga exercises every night. Like, one day, I don't know, one day I should just do, like, a yoga exercises or a yoga exercise. One day I'll just do it for, like, camera. Because I could just, like, put the camera like this and just do the yoga exercises right over here. You know? And I can, like, project my voice because I was trained to do so in theater. So I can absolutely do it. I just need, like, you know? There's no earthly way of knowing. There is no earthly way of knowing which direction your dryer is flowing. And the danger must be growing, for this dryer keeps on going, and they're certainly not showing any signs that they are slowing. I'm not gonna scream because I live in an apartment, but I will do this. The audience is now deaf. And how did you like the original Willy Wonka? Apologies in advance. I should have given a warning. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It just sort of happened. I like the original Willy Wonka too. I like it better than the Johnny Depp version. Like, the Tim Burton version, I thought I went into it not liking. I kind of liked it in the moment. And then I ended up not liking it in the end. But at least I can just say that I just didn't like the movie because... Yeah, I just didn't like... Here's the thing. Here's the thing about the Tim Burton version. A lot of it is pretty okay. The worst things about the Tim Burton movie are Johnny Depp as Willy Wonka and Freddie Highmore as Charlie Bucket. Like, I didn't like either of them. I did like the kids because they actually have, like, personality. Like, the kids, like, Mike Veruca and, like, they actually had some sort of personality. At the very least. Black Star is like, what the fuck? Like, so I do like a few things about the Tim Burton version, but the original is all you need. You know, the original version is all you need. That was the first time I actually touched my microphone like that, so I promise you I will never do that again. I will never do that again, I promise you. I'll sing sensually like, Santa Claus is going to jail. Santa Claus is not making bail. I got nothing. What was it? I saw Mommy screwing Santa Claus. My God, I used to actually make up lyrics. But yeah, like the original Willy Wonka, that's really all you need. I mean, if you want to watch the Tim Burton version, I mean, go ahead. No one's stopping you. You know? No one's going to stop you from watching the Tim Burton. Excuse me. Damn budget cuts. I think I made everybody deaf. Now that they can't hear me. They absolutely can't hear me right now because in the original way. The new one with Timothy Chalamet, Timothy Chalamet, Timothy Chalamet, Timothy Chalamet, Timothy Chalamet, okay? Say it again, Kiara. Timothy Chalamet. Not gonna lie, I did turn it down. That's fine, Black Star. I'm never gonna do that again. It was sort of an impulse. Still not as good as the original, but it's a lot better than the Willy Wonka's Tim Burton version. But I promise I'm never going to scream in the microphone like that again. I promise you. Or at least I'll give you a warning. Yeah, I mean, watching the trailer it looked fine, but I just never got into it, you know? Yeah, I never got into that, you know? But yeah, I never got into like I like Timothy Chalamet. Timothy Chalamet. Oh God. Do I actually have to look shit up now? Timothy Chalamet. 3 hours and 40 minutes. God. Well, how about we just call him Tim? Then not many people are going to know what I'm talking about. Am I talking about Tim McVeigh? Am I talking Tim Duncan? Am I talking Tim Oliphant? Am I talking the guy from Psych? Like, am I talking Tim Hortons? 3 hours and almost 3 hours and 40 minutes. My God, I might as well just go for this full 6 hours. Are you talking Tim Curry? No, I'm not talking Tim Curry. I might, but I don't know all that much. I have a Tim Duncan Spurs jersey somewhere. I actually like Tim Duncan because, like, I don't know why I didn't like him as much as a kid, but now I actually do like Tim Duncan, like, and his like sports ethic, especially with him and Greg Popovich. You know, I like his dynamic with Greg Popovich, and I like the fact that Tim Duncan was on the Spurs his entire NBA playing career, and I like how now like. Whether or not he was like David, oh yeah, like especially back in the 2000s, back in the day 2000s, like 2001, 2002. But I absolutely love how there is, in terms of personality, there is not a difference between Tim Duncan, clean shaven basketball player, and Tim Duncan with dreadlocks, with like a beard, and he's like helping assistant coaching the Spurs. Like there is no difference. Like he has the same look. Everything like his hair and facial hair changed, but his like facial expression has not changed. Like I absolutely love that. Um, but I haven't really watched basketball in a long while. Um, the only way I get into basketball is at the gym. Like on any sport, so on the treadmill there are a bunch of TVs in front of me, and there is a couple of them with sports channels. So it's like I can see what's going on in sports, and I sometimes see like basketball games or highlights of them, and I'm like, oh, this is cool. I'm just not interested in going out of my way to watch this. Tim is free and can be an island man again. Yeah, pretty much. Um, like I just like his dynamic. Like there's a trope out there called red Ani and blue Ani, and if Tim Duncan and Greg Popovich were blue Ani, then Allen Iverson and his coach Larry Dave, not Larry, I forgot his name. Um, Allen Iverson and his coach for the 76ers were red Ani. Um, Allen Iverson and coach. I forgot his name. If Allen Iverson and Larry Brown were red Ani, because they can be actually hot headed and really tempered, then Tim Duncan and Greg Popovich were like blue Ani, where it's just like stoic, kind of pretty serious. Um, did I lose? Oh shoot! Uh-oh. Oh God. Ah, come on, no. Uh, I don't think I'm dropping frames at the moment. Can anybody hear me? Because that's probably a sign. That is a strong sign that I should have actually um, that is a sign that I should have ended the stream like moments ago. That is a pure sign where I should have just stopped the stream moments ago, like a long time ago. Like holy shit. Like I think that's one of the reasons why I don't do long streams, because I'm afraid I might drop more frames. Is everybody okay? Can anybody hear me? Can anybody see me? Okay, you're back. Okay. I think that's one of the reasons why I don't do long streams recently, is because like was that no, that was me. That was me. I was dropping frames. That was 100% me. I was absolutely dropping frames. Thank you. All of you, welcome. Thank you. I was dropping frames, so that is pretty much a cue. I actually have to stop doing this in 15 minutes. I hope so. Unless there's a blackout. Like, if there's a blackout, I am so sorry. But we're gonna be here for at least 15 minutes. If I black out, if there's a blackout and everything just shuts down, that's it. In case I don't see you, I'll see you on Monday. But yeah, I was talking. This is what happens when I talk basketball. I thought you were giving us the old razzle dazzle there for a second. I thought. In the middle of. Thankfully, none of you heard that. I was dropping more frames there. Raptors are good. Raptors are fine. I used to like them a lot until they won the championship, and then everybody else was like, "I always liked the Raptors." Like, no, you didn't. You said the Raptors suck. You can watch hoops again. I'm okay with it. Like, I'm out of my basketball phase, and now I'm in like my gym phase. You know, like I don't watch basketball as much anymore. I haven't even played basketball in years since what, high school? I haven't even played basketball since high school. You know? Actually, I haven't played basketball since before college. Like the last time I played basketball, I went for a college audition because I wanted to be in a course for acting, and you had to audition. And my dad actually dropped me off, and then he picked me up, and we ended up going to, we ended up going to his basketball sessions where he would go to Toronto and he would play with friends. So I was pretty much there for a long time. Sometimes I would go around Toronto just like looking around. Sometimes I would just like be playing basketball by myself. But yeah, I was there for about 3 or 4 hours, and I was like, okay, well, let's go home, you know? Um, yeah, in hindsight, I should have brought a book with me because I didn't want to keep just watching basketball. Wemby. I don't know what Wemby is, but I'm guessing that's a sports team. I do like all the sports. Whatever all the sports are. But, you know, that's just me. Or was that Wembley? Oh, Raptors are good. Like, they're a good basketball team. Oh, yeah. Okay. I thought you meant, like... Okay, I thought you meant in terms of, like, Raptors are good to like. Not Raptors are, like, really good again. Because they were on a winning streak for a while. Blue Jays are good, almost won the championships. I mean, I was just surprised that they actually got that far, but, you know, whatever. The tall player in NBA, my boy, too much coffee. I wouldn't know. They're all tall players. Most players in the NBA are pretty tall. Like, again, when I was a kid, I was more interested in, like, the radio announcer and getting his autograph than any of the... Okay, so I've said this before, and I think Echo was here, so I'll say this. So when I was a kid, I went to my very first Toronto Raptors game. And this was around the time when I was still watching the Toronto Raptors, but because I had school nights, I could only listen to them on the radio in my room. So I would actually fall asleep listening to the radio announcer's voice. His name is Chuck Swirsky. He was like the Chicago Bulls announcer on the radio before he came to Toronto, and then Chuck Swirsky went back to Chicago, which as of now he's part of. And his dynamic and his voice and his energy was so infectious that I ended up like listening to him. And eventually, my dad and I went to a Toronto Raptors game, and we were there pretty early, so we ended up going down to the court. But I didn't want to meet any of the basketball players. I wanted to meet Chuck Swirsky, the radio announcer, and I did. I ended up getting an autograph for him and a picture. He was probably, I don't know, I think he was a little bit surprised to see that like a kid actually liked and wanted to know him more than any of the basketball players, because like the basketball players were fine, but I wanted to know the man who's into radio. I'm talking like I'm like a kid from the 50s, aren't I? Because I'm talking all about the radio a lot, and I'm talking about the fact that I listened to 50s and 60s music when I was a child in the 2000s. Like, apparently 9-year-old me. Like, apparently, like, 9-year-old me was a 50-year-old man. Or a 50-year-old. Who just, like, loved pop music from the 50s and 60s. And it's like, I don't... And somebody's like, even teachers were like, who's Jimmy Soul? Who the hell is Jimmy Soul? What are you talking about? It's like, so you ever watch Mermaids? And it's like, yeah, it's like, you know that last song that was playing before the credits? If you want to be happy for the rest of your life. And the teacher's just looking at me like, what? And it's like, come on. You know? It's like, come on. I can't be the only one who knows. Like, you're probably there before. It's like, I'm 30 and I don't even know what you're talking about. Fine. And I was so interested in like the world and all that. I ended up the librarian at my last elementary school ended up giving me a World Almanac from 1989. And I loved that almanac. I read the crap. I didn't read all of it, but I read it and I liked it. I liked reading it. It was like a World Almanac, and it just showed me a piece of time in history. But like, yeah, like, it's the 80s. Do a Coke and vote for Ronald Reagan. I'm kidding. Drink Coke and forget about Reaganomics, whatever that is. All right, we're at the 3-hour 50 mark. To those of you who are still here, first of all, if you're still here the entire time, you can leave. I'm kidding, because you just went through the entire. This is almost as long as Return of the King, the extended edition. How long was that? I gotta see how long Return of the King was. Extended edition length. 4 hours and 23 minutes. Apparently, it's 4 hours and 23 minutes. Holy shoot. So, there is no way in hell any of my streams are going to be longer than Return of the King, the extended edition. There is no way. There is no possible way any of my streams will be longer than Return of the King, the extended edition. There is no way. No possible way. I can't talk for 4 hours. Or can I? Nah, I'm not going to. I should have ended the stream like in 90, like almost 2 hours ago. Kiara Strings, The Return of the King. That is way too much. That is way too much. And it's like, oh, you think that's bad? This, like, right here, this is the theatrical cut. The extended edition is 6 hours long. No! Oh, yeah, this stream is longer than Oppenheimer, people. It's longer than Oppenheimer, which is apparently 3 hours and a minute long. And I am going to watch that movie eventually. I just need to take the time with it. There's a good chance I'm going to watch Oppenheimer on Sunday. There's a really good chance I'm going to be doing that, because that is like a mood. And I talked to my partner yesterday, and he was like, why didn't you borrow Barbie? And it's like, well, because I'm not like, if I watched both movies in theaters, it'll be one thing because I won't be distracted by like my cell phone or whatever. I would actually be sitting down, watching two movies back to back, and then bragging about it online. Like, I watched Barbieheimer back to back. You know, like the time when I watched Captain Marvel and Endgame back to back. Because, you know, I wanted to. Like, I used to go to two movies, like, two movies in one go. Kind of good times. Razorblade, thank you for the $25 to support the Trevor Project. Should I just go for another 25 minutes? I think I should go for the next... Crumbs. Okay, screw it. I'm just gonna go for 25 minutes. Want to make it 4:30? Want to make it... I think I can make it 4:30. Alright, people. This is gonna be longer than the Return of the King Extended Edition. Because it was supposed to be 4 hours, but, you know, Razorblade donating $25. I can extend it to 25 minutes. Well, it was going to be that, but, you know. Shoot. I was supposed to be asleep by now. But Razorblade, thank you for the donation. And how are you this morning? We have been going on for almost 4 hours. And we got into a serious thing. And I'm going to forget how it ends. Good God. Is this how Valen Vane feels? Is this how Valen Vane feels?
You better not.
And a certain somebody actually sent me Russia's Tom Sawyer. Eka, like a certain somebody sent me Tom Sawyer by Rush. What happened? Did something happen to Rush? Because I know that they're coming back together. I'm glad that you're doing okay, Razorblade. I'm really glad that you're doing okay. We're just, again, thank you for the $25 for the Trevor Project. If we raise $500, I will probably do a... No, if we raise $500, I will do a 10-hour stream. Yeah, if we raise $500 for the Trevor Project, I absolutely will do a 10-hour stream. I just have to get up. I'm just gonna start doing it at midnight, and then I'm gonna go until 10 a.m. I'm just gonna have to, like, go to sleep in the middle of the evening. No, it's okay, Razorblade. Like, one of my resolutions for this year is to stream more. So there's a good chance that I might stream more than 3 times in a year. You miss so many juicy conversations. I mean, you could check the VODs. Honestly, Razorblade, I could absolutely put this on this entire stream on my YouTube channel, and you can watch it in a VOD. Yeah, 10-hour stream, Eka. Speaking of which, thank you for the Rush's Tom Sawyer thing video. Yeah, 10-hour just chatting stream. Just me in front of the camera for 10 hours from midnight to 10 a.m. If we get to $500, I am going to do a 10-hour just chatting stream. Like 10 whole hours of me doing nothing but talking. It's going to be longer than Star Wars. It's going to be longer than the longest Star Wars. It's going to be longer than Return of the King, the Extended Edition. It's going to be longer than Oppenheimer. It's going to be longer than Barbieheimer. People, it's going to be long. It is going to be long. But hi, Eka. How are you? Welcome on in. We just hit 4 hours of me talking in an early stream, so it's no longer an early stream, it's just an early stream. Holy Mother of God. By the time this whole thing is gonna end, it's gonna be 9 a.m. It'll only be half as long as my usual streams. So your streams are 20 hours, and I'm gonna give you a shout out. If none of you are following Eka, please go give her a follow. She is absolutely good people, and please go give her a follow. She does stories. She actually talks about music. She actually does play games with somebody named Spencer. So please go give her a follow. I don't think she streams a lot, but yeah, you've been gone a while and you have a lot to say. No, I don't. I don't have a lot to say. It's pretty much the same as usual. I always have a lot to say. I absolutely always have a lot to say. That's the thing. Like, remember, I used to stream 6 days a week back in my old house. Anytime, Eka. I used to stream 6 days a week back in my old house. And there are a lot of times where I talk about nothing. So, I'm pretty sure after this stream, I'm going to, upload this stream up to my YouTube channel. 4.5 hours. The longest stream I ever did was 20 hours. 2021. My next goal needs to be beat. Your next goal needs to be beat. To beat Logistics, the longest. What is Logistics, the longest movie? Let's see. Logistics. 2012. It is the longest movie ever made. 857 hours. Let me see. Let me see something. 857 hours. Hold on. Let me check something. Do I not have a calculator? Wait, I don't have a calculator? I believe that's a little over 23 days. I know, but I'm just gonna be counting something. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment. Okay, calculator. Okay, hold on. So, if I stream for 2 hours a day, and I do it for, I don't know, 30 days? Can I do it for 30 days? What happens? 60, oh wait, no, that's a, okay, so 2 hours a day for 90 days. 180. Okay. 2 hours a day for 150 days. 300. Oh God. 2 hours a day for 200 days. 400. Oh God. Oh God. 200 for 400 days? 800. Okay. So if I do 2 hour stream every day, and I have to do it for 257, so 2 times 500? No, 2 times 450. 2 times 440? 2 times 430? Okay, so that means I have to 429? 2 times 429. So that means I actually have, I have to, stream to, it's not, I can't, oh God. Okay. Shoot. That is a long time. So that means I have to, stream. I can do 2 hour streams for 429 days. That is a lot. That is a lot. Correction, 35 days and 17 hours. That is overwhelming. There is no way I'm going to be able to do that. I don't think I could even manage, like, I don't think I can manage 200 in a year. Like, how many hours did I stream this year alone? Like 3, 6, 10 hours in 3 days? Like, I can't do... That's 800 hours. Like, yeah, it is going to take you, like, I don't think that record's going to be beaten anytime soon. Like, what is Logistics about anyways? It's an experimental film. Pedometer, the route of it commenced. Real time during a trip and the locations of the factory. Screening. Jesus! No, that record's definitely not going to be beaten. But I don't know anybody who's going to watch the entire movie all over. But, you know, I have my limits. I am not going to be able to stream for 800 hours for a stream. There is no way I could possibly do that in a year. Like, I can't do that in a year, not unless I actually, like, stream for 4 hours a day. And I'm not going to do that. Like, these streams are either 90 minutes to 2 hours. And, well, looking at this runtime, you can see why sometimes. And it's gone so long that my dryer here is actually off. Like, my dryer actually turned off after 4 hours. This stream went on longer than the dryer that went on so long. Like, my dryer just stopped. Oh my gosh. So, yeah, again, if like $500 are raised, I am going to if $500 are going to be raised, I am going to do a 10-hour stream. Because that's the goal. $500 equals 10 hours. If there's like, I'm not like, and then I'll start over. And if there's going to be a $500 again, I'm going to do another 10-hour stream. Apparently it's been screened before at art galleries or something where people come and go. I mean, I don't know anyone who's going to be sitting there the entire time. That's like 35 days. 35 days? Oh, wow. You had something in the drawer for 4 hours? I had something in the dryer for 4 hours. My partner actually put something in the dryer because it was soaking wet. Because we have, like, I think we have blankets in there that were soaking wet when they came out of the washing machine. So we actually really needed to, like, make sure they were dry. So that's why they're, like, it was in there for about 4 hours. Or maybe over 4 hours because I actually woke up to the sound of the dryer still going. So there's a possibility that it actually wasn't the dryer for more, the dryer was going on for more than 4 hours. I'm not sure. I'm not a doctor. I miss having my own washer and dryer. That's the real sign of success. Well, I understand. But, you know, I only have to share my washer and dryer with one other person as opposed to, like, 4 other people, and they all are doing laundry at, like, different times. Like, back in my old house, I would come home on Friday night and immediately go do my laundry, like, immediately, and then take a shower. Like, put my laundry in, and then take a shower. And by the time I finish taking a shower, the washing is already done, and I've already put it in the dryer. But sometimes there is clothes in the washing machine, and I'm like, damn it. Like, it's not even that, like, here's the thing. I didn't even have that many clothes to wash, because all my clothes are black shirts. That's it. I just wear 5 black shirts to work, and 5 pairs of underwear and 2 pairs of socks, and I put them in there. It's not really all that. It's pretty much like a uniform at that point. Like it's a genuine uniform. And the crickets are still in there, trying to be eaten by the gecko. So I'm sorry if you hear crickets. If you're hearing crickets, that's because of like the cage in there, which we happen to call Nick Cave. Damn it. But yeah, like my partner actually has more clothes in the washing machine than I do. It's ASMR. Let me try something. Hi everybody, this is Kiara Strings, and I want to say hello. This is the early stream, and I'd like to say that all of you are absolutely lovely. All of you, with your channels and your voices, and every part of you is absolutely amazing. And I am so proud of each and every one of you with how you're going. And I know that things are hard for a fair share of you. I am absolutely empathetic. Every single one of you are absolutely amazing. And I am so glad, absolutely glad that you are still here. All of you, every single one of you are lovely. Everyone. You are not alone. You are absolutely amazing. And you're doing so well for the plenty of people. You have been around. You're around for a reason. For a reason you are around. You're around for a reason. And there are people who say not really, but you really are. Because if you weren't around, then you wouldn't actually have amazing people right in front of you or around you. Just to show you that despite it all, despite the nihilism and cynicism, you're all still here. Each and every one of you. Each and every one of you are absolutely amazing in your own right. The cricket in the cage absolutely agrees. No worries. It'll get worse before it gets better, but just remember it gets better. The worst sucks, but that just makes everything else the much more sweet. And look at that, here comes the next golfer coming to the course. He is new to this, and he is 2 below the bogey. And I'm going to be honest, I know nothing about golf. I do not know any of these people's names. I'm just here for a paycheck. And the announcer, my partner whose microphone has been turned off, is giving me daggers and wondering why I have the working microphone. And that's because I am a guest here. And it's a hostile takeover. That's right, I am taking over your radio. I am taking over all of golf. And the crowd is looking at me, and all the golf players are looking at me. It is going to be a massive dust-up. But just remember, before the security comes by and kicks me out, and probably with guns, I would like to say that you are all absolutely wonderful. And I'm being lifted up. And I will see you when I break out of jail. The bit went on too long, didn't it? It's a damn. That's not bad. I mean, my voice is a little bit gravelly, but yeah, you're lovely too, bisected. All of you are. See, that's how you'll make your $500, or listen, that's how you'll. I mean, honestly, I might as well just be a stripper again. Gotta do the finger flutters. I think that's it. ASMR strings. Existentialist ASMR. I don't know how to do that anymore because it's illegal here in Canada. I feel completely rejuvenated. Thank you. Anytime. Anytime, Helia. I'm glad I can help. Somewhat. I'm glad I can somewhat help. Just know that you are completely valid in how you're thinking and how you are feeling. And every single time you play guitar, I just hear the emotion. I hear the absolute emotion that comes out of your guitar playing, and it's absolutely lovely. It's absolutely on point, absolutely emotional, absolutely on feeling, and absolutely into practice. And it is your own. Even if you're playing somebody else's, it is your own tone. Just go by your own tone like you are. So, we have 14 minutes of that, of this stream. This was supposed to be a thing, a small thing, and then I forgot how it ended. Anytime, Helia. Yeah. Amazingly enough, here's the thing. I can lift people up, but I can't lift myself up. I mean, I don't know what happened. But don't worry. We're going to be here all night long. I'm kidding. We're not going to be here all night long. The longest stream I ever did was 20 hours. And that was on New Year's of 2020. And I was playing Dead by Daylight. I think it was Dead by Daylight. It is bright outside. It is, like, you can see that the light is coming. It's too soon, I say, as I see it's 8 a.m. in the morning. It's too soon. Just stop being late outside. According to my therapist, I need to let light in this apartment. I absolutely have to. Because, quite frankly, when I started coming in here, like, when I started moving in here, I would have all the lights turned off. Like, except the kitchen light, because if I turned off the kitchen light, everything would be dark, and that's going to be extremely uncomfortable. But I would actually close the blinds, turn off the lights in the living room, and that's it. That's it. That's all she wrote. And I'd just be in darkness the entire time. Sometimes even my partner would just come in my room when I'm sleeping and just pull the blinds open, and I'm like, God, come on. I just want to sleep a little bit more, for fuck's sakes. Just let me sleep. Just let me sleep. For the love of all that is holy, let me sleep. But yeah, holy crumbs. This stream is going to be longer than the Star Wars. It's not. It's past longer than Star Wars. Star Wars is 2 hours and 5 minutes. I think I beat that goal tenfold. Oh God, this is going to be... A 10-hour stream is going to be such a slog. How am I going... Oh my God, if I actually make the $500 goal, how am I going to go on for this for 10 hours? This is going to hurt. This is absolutely going to hurt. Now that I've actually said that out loud, people are going to be like, well, I'm going to actually have to donate now. I'm going to donate, and she's going to have to do a 10-hour just chatting stream. And if I do a 10-hour just chatting stream, I am going to take the next 2 days off. Because it's going to be exhausting. This is coming from somebody who ended up deciding to do 3 streams on a Christmas day. Ugh. Alright, everybody, make sure you stretch. Because we are going to be done in 10 minutes. And it's going to be exhausting. I am working off of, 3 hours sleep? I was only asleep for 3 hours, and I was listening to a podcast called We Hate Movies talk about Battlefield Earth. Then they end up talking about Captain Marvel. Like, oh my goodness. Like, I remember nothing. I'm kidding. Battlefield Earth is a movie that I only watched like 40 minutes of, and then I stopped because I was bored. Like, I got bored watching Battlefield Earth. So bored that I ended up turning it off, and I never, ever watched the rest of it. Granted, I know what happens. I've watched reviews of it. I know the production of it, but I never watched the movie because it just bored me. Like, I know John Travolta is overacting and all that and all the memes, but no, I just can't watch that movie all the way through. It's bad and it's boring. You know? It's absolutely boring. Like, it reminds me of the 2 times I watched Quantum of Solace, which I think is out of the James Bond movies that I watched, I personally think that Quantum of Solace is my least favorite. Like, I like it less than Die Another Day. Because I was never bored with Die Another Day. Quantum of Solace had some good action scenes, and then I just get bored by the rest of it. Like, Die Another Day might be the so-called worst movie, but it was never boring. Like, it was BS insane, but Die Another Day was never boring. And it was such a disappointment with Quantum of Solace because I did like that Alicia Keys' Jack White song. I know it's like a contentious song, but I personally really liked it. Like, I was hyped up. Like, I wanted to watch that movie because of that song. And then I watched it, and I'm like, the reason I watched it twice is because the first time I was tired, and my drama teacher said, if you ever want to watch a movie, you have to be 100% with it. You have to give it your full attention. And so I remembered that. I'm like, okay, maybe I didn't like the movie because I was tired. And then eventually I was wide awake and I decided to watch it again. And I got tired, and then I realized I wasn't tired at all. I wasn't tired. It was the movie that was making me tired. Like, I just got so bored by it, you know? And at least I'm glad to say that I watched all the Daniel Craig 007 movies. And I'm actually really glad that Daniel Craig is in his character actor era with, like, Benoit Blanc and all that. Like, I am genuinely glad that he's, like, in an era of character acting as opposed to 007 where he's pretty much, like, the straight man and, like, being stoic. You know, like Lucky Logan or Logan Lucky and, like, Benoit Blanc. Yeah, like, I absolutely love how he's just, like, in, like, his character actor moment. Who knows, he could actually be on SNL again. You know? Because apparently he was on SNL, you know? You know, that whole, ladies and gentlemen, The Weeknd. You know? Like, I didn't know he was on SNL until I saw that GIF all over Twitter. Or that Twitter account where it's just like every time The Weeknd comes, they just show that GIF. Good times. Good and bad times. but I don't wanna be one way road and I'm going to win. Don't worry, I already know who we're gonna raid because there's only 5 minutes left on the stream, and then I'm going to go take a freaking nap. I'm gonna go lie in bed and take a nap, and then hours later, I'm just going to go ahead and go out somewhere with my partner because, quite frankly, this stream is officially longer. It's officially longer than Return of the King Extended Edition. Oh God. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for your service. I don't know where I got thank you for your service from. I know I got that from somewhere. I don't know where I got it from, but I know I got thank you for your service somewhere. I have no idea where, but it has to be somewhere. Thank you for your service. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you for your service, you lovely, lovely people. All of you. Every single one of you. Sorry, I sneezed several times, 3 times, and that sometimes could make you luck. And I wish all of you luck. If you were here, you'd shake my hand. You do not want to shake a Canadian's hand. You absolutely do not want to shake a Canadian's hand. Crumbs. Okay. I, Kiara Strings, am a cute girl who likes to look at all the pretty boys and all the amazing girls and all the kick-ass non-binaries and put pretty ribbons in my hair and spin around in my spinny skirt and actually, you know, be a cute girl for everybody to see. Thank you, DJ Alpha Omega, for redeeming something I should have removed a long time ago. Black Star actually says, my stream is better than the Return of the King's director's cut. Debatable. I think it's on the long. I think one of them is much worse, and the other is Return of the King because, you know, it's. I, Kiara Strings, am a cute girl who likes to look at all the pretty girls and all the cute boys and all the kick-ass non-binary people and put pretty ribbons in my hair and spin around in a skirt looking really feminine and being a very, very cute girl for everybody to see. Is that all I'm good for? Honestly, the cricket says yes. But we're down to our last 2 minutes. What have we learned? We have learned nothing, but I think I accidentally woke my partner up. How about we just go for 5 hours? We're not going to go for 5 hours. I am not going to go for 5 hours. Everybody here has lives. I have lives. I mean, I have a life. Whoops. Whoops. Always pleasure to hear my friends speaking the truth and sharing some facts. It is not the truth. It is not facts. I mean, it could be. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anymore. But we are coming in at the last minute, everybody. So everybody, thank you all for coming to whatever this was. These streams usually don't last 4.5 hours, but we got into a serious thing. And then I forgot how it ended. So, everybody, I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow. I usually don't stream on Sundays. But there's a possibility I'll stream on Monday because I did say on Blue Sky I would actually at least hit the live button 100 times. So everybody, thank you all for coming. Thank you, Razorblade Bastard, for donating $25. And remember, if we raise $500, I'll do a 10-hour Just Chatting stream. If we raise $1,000, I will play Fortnite for 10 hours. But everybody, thank you all for coming. We are going to raid Fuzzy Villain because, you know, thank you for your service. We are going to raid Fuzzy Villain because, you know, She's currently playing a game, a Star Wars game. So everybody, thank you all for coming to whatever this whole thing is. And remember, you are absolutely all amazing. And I'm Kiara Strings. I am a trans woman, and this is the early stream. Thank you and take care. And thank you for coming by to whatever this is. Thank you all.